baby. Pseudo killers, what up? What up? What up? Check. Tapping in, what's the subject? Evolution or revolution, we ain't done yet. Laying flat like Sanchez, this a bomb threat. I know my flow like Angozi. Source up and show me, homie. You shut up and mute up a moment. The mad scientist, I'm knowing all the components. We own it, and we gon' off it if it's pseudo. You do know we don't entertain that keyboard judo. That big body banger out of Baltimore. Done it all, shopper folks. Sold a little something, but I taught you more than your average teacher. I had to reach you at your level to bring you up. No devil can ever beat you. With precision of a magi, the information supplied by some guys get debunked on live. CK and Juju, I chill in the cut. But if you boys wanna fade, then I'm chefing you up. I organize live, defeats a disorganized truth every time. Kudos, who those niggas? Decorated pseudo killers. Space age Africans, back again. An organized lie defeats a disorganized truth every time. Kudos, who those niggas? Decorated pseudo killers. Space age Africans, tapping in. I always been fly, that's an actual omen. You can catch me in the sky, ask Anthony Bowman. You see me with his telescope, I was actually floating off some good kush. The Sadio is actually growing. See, Gullah and Kent is where the money gets spent. Them boys got some books that cost as much as your rent. The second verse should be smash Rockwell, but I rock well. Underground like Sumerian Rockwells. In the ring like I'm the Rockwell. Hell, create a different wave that can rock whales. Hell, shit swell like lunatides. My entendres off Gandra to who describe. Euthanize foolish guys. Scholastically, haphazardly. Turn your camera on and look me in my eyes. And please do subscribe. 8 to 80, blind, cripple, or crazy. You in for a new surprise. It's DQ, a organized lie. Defeats a disorganized truth every time. Kudos, who those niggas? Decorated pseudo killers. Space age Africans, back again. An organized lie. Defeats a disorganized truth every time. Kudos, who those niggas? Decorated pseudo killers. Space age Africans, tapping in.
Oh man. Yeah. Yeah. Black African power. What's good? What's happening? Well organized lie. Defeats a disorganized truth every time. Woo-hoo wee, man. Y'all already know what it is, man. It's God killing the house. Come to do what I got to do, and I'm gonna do what I got to do. Standing tall, standing strong. Hey, Bobby banging this bitch. Look, man. It's crazy. Y'all see the title, right? I mean, the people coming into the building. All right. Get this shit right. And let's see what it is, man. Let's get this straight. Let's see how we want to tackle this, man. I tackle this right. Seem like a lot of flim flamming around here, yo. So let's organize this thing right. All right. If you want people coming to the building, man, let them get up in here, man. We here. All right. We just want to get it right. Want to get it organized, man. I know it's a lot of noise in the background. You're going to deal with that for a minute. Ron Burgers, I see you, man. What's going on with you? Black Panther, I see you. What's going on? Mr. Bitterman, what's good? Mongo Slade. What it do? What it do? What it do? Damn, what's good? Title: If the Egyptians are black, how does that empower the African American community? This is what we really trying to figure out. If it's revolutionary, right? And that makes you a revolutionary because you say the Egyptians are black. Now the question is, since they fight so hard for that, right? How does that empower the African American community? This is what they need to explain. Got a little birdie flying around in my ear. Logic. Saying, come on, man. Make them explain that. That's what we want to know. See, this ain't a game for me. This is about progress, standing on a foundation, and moving a marginalized community forward so they can best protect themselves, clothe themselves, shoes, clothing, and shelter. My fault. Food, clothing, and shelter and protection. This is what I'm about. This is what the community of skeptics is about. This is what the pseudo killers is about. So if you got a program for me, right, then that program should help move me forward. So big up the Dr. Oya Mayat. All right. Let me see here. Why is it big up the Dr. Oya Mayat? I want to show you what the real look like. See, a lot of times, man, we get caught up on YouTube and YouTube characters, and we think that to be the real thing, right? I swear we do. Is it? Let's see. Let me show you what real look like. All right. When I want to show you what a program look like, I want to show you what real work actually is. Okay. All right. Let me see here. Let me probably need to save this. All right. Show you what we actually doing so y'all can get it. Sometimes we don't actually get it, man. We do a lot of playing around. Do a lot of acting like we're doing something. Nope. We don't want to act like nothing. We want to make sure the program is tight. Has to be a point where we understand the world that we're living in. Hold on, let me see. Should have been had this ready, but that's all right. Be super good. Hold on. People in the building, man. 23. Come on, man. Waiting for y'all to come on in. I know it's Saturday. I know y'all out with the families. Just wanted to sneak this one in. Definitely wanted to sneak this one in. Hold on. Let's get them up. Come on, let's go. Man, send out them tweets, man. Hit it on Facebook, man. Let's go. Let's get the people in here, man. Let them know we live in the server. We got in the building, man. Show you what real look like. I see you, Gary, man. What's good, man? Look, man, make sure you hit that cash app early and often coming in the door, man. Man, show some love for this Saturday, man. Well, I see the first one, of course, Alexander. Of course. Appreciate you, brother. That's love. Great love right there. The brother do not play. Always in full support, yo. And I appreciate that, man. That go a long way right there, bro. Trust me with that. Trust me. Omar Reed is in the building, man. Spin Barrels in the building, man. It's climbing a little bit because I want to show you what the real look like. Yeah, what it's supposed to look like. You know, like what we supposed to be actually doing. Hold on. This is what we supposed to be doing. All right. Hold on. I'm gonna get these things together for you. The A. Mm-hmm. All right. Cause y'all be bluffing. Y'all think it's a game, right? Okay. Let me see the AAAS. Y'all actually think it's a game, right? But show y'all what it really look like. To show you what you're supposed to be doing. All right. Got that up. Click. Come on. Let's get in here so we can get it. Show you what it really supposed to look like and what the bluffers look like. All right. They bluffing. I'm telling you, yo. They bluffing. Bluffing. Big up for Anime Productions, man. We not bluffing. Been part of the program from day one. Day one. All right. Shoot. This what we doing, yo. All right. While y'all holler about it's the white man this and the white man that. I think it to be a ridiculous notion. Faulty premise. Never acquiesce to a faulty premise. Hold on. Let me get him. Bet. Putting in a game. Got that. Let me show you that real work. Because everybody don't want to put the real work. They just want to play. Yep. Yeah, they don't want y'all to do the work. They want y'all to think that being stuck with YouTube with the revolutionary shit. YouTube is an outlet to push the real revolutionary shit. That's what YouTube is for. The work is not done on YouTube, yo. The work is not a person saying that they're doing this and they're doing that. Let me get the engineering. Let me get this in here real quick so y'all can actually, man, where's it at? We can get this thing started. We're going to get in here. We're going to get out. Promise you. If I can just find me, where the hell is this at? I got that. Got this. Let's see. 1 second. I got to get through all the trash, man. Let y'all people get up in here. What is that? Okay, we got that. Y'all already know. Hold on. See where we at here. See if the people around you is measuring up, right? And you always hear them say, "We doing this and we doing that." We not really doing that. You're not really doing that. But just good afternoon. Hope all is well. This weekend we have received budget. Hold on. I'm ready for that. See, when your community can go out and get funding, then you can actually move shit forward. If you can't get funding, you ain't moving nothing forward. Okay, y'all dreaming. Y'all can go ahead and light the candles up. Do your rituals. Light up the damn cigar. Do all that. Ain't nothing gonna shake. Hate to say it, yo. See, we thoroughly entrenched in that type of madness, right? And then when I say something about it, right? Then I'm the bad guy, right? Hold on. Then I'm the bad guy. Cause I, put forth making it comfortable not to believe in the foolery. You know what I'm saying? Now I'm the Uncle Ruckus. I'm anti-black. Y'all should know by now. That's a ploy, a foolery right there. That's a ploy. That's a ploy. Fontaine, what's good, man? I see y'all slowly creeping in, yo. There you go. Y'all slowly creeping in. All right, we there. Hold on. We're almost there. Almost there. All right. All right. So let's see. National Academy. I'm just putting down what we're involved in since y'all all act like it ain't really happening because it's really happening. All right. Now I want to see what they got to say about this. AC EMIES. Mm-hmm. Yep. Yeah. Continue. I'm enjoying my thing. So let's get right here first. All right, I think we got 40 in the building, man. What's going on, Omar? What it do, brother? We doing it real cool. All right, we got some early cash apps in the game, man. Let me see who's showing love, man. I appreciate that, man. Man, brothers be working hard, man. And just throw that support in there. I appreciate that. Let's see. Big up to you, Miss Tiff. I see you. Big up. Might have said, bless him up there. Oh, hold on, let me get that. Okay. All right. Mongo Slave, man. Appreciate that, bro. Alex, brother. I appreciate that, man. And that's good love right there. Yo, appreciate that. All day, every day. All day, every day. All right, here we go. All right. Let's do our first thing here before we get into it. So remember what the question is. If the Egyptians are black, right? Let me see. If the Egyptians are black, how does that empower the African American community? Remember, that's their fight, right? I didn't heard Sarnetta say, man, y'all want them to take that from us, as if we was losing something, right? All right, hold on, almost there. Um, hold on, hold on. Y'all heard all that, right? Mm-hmm. Hold on. Let's see. Wait a minute. Let's see. Let's see. Y'all heard that? Let's see.
Is this what you had with command strip? You go command strip.
All right. So take Egypt away. Where will we be at? Wait a minute. It's not it. I want to flow right through this. God damn it. Let's see. All right, here we go. All right. Got it. All right, so this is what we do first. All right. Okay. If the Egyptians are black, how does that empower the African American community? Yo, if they take that away, the writing was there, all that was there, we lose everything. Do we really? So let's get right to this. We all know the majority of us are from West Africa, right? Okay. Man. So most people don't even know, you got the golden age of West African civilizations, right? This is in the Journal of Nature. So if you take Egypt off the table, what do you have? You got your direct ancestors coming from the continent that was enslaved, that developed civilizations, right? That was on par with any other golden ages. This is what they do not teach. They don't teach you this, y'all. Okay? And they do it on purpose. And when they don't teach you that, the first thing you do is you marginalize the black woman. Because one of the first changes in the history of humanity would be the development of pottery. It's the pottery that changed the world. Groundbreaking innovation coming from the sisterhood. West African pottery is some of the oldest pottery on planet Earth, and by far the oldest pottery in Africa. Okay? Let's get that straight. Hold on. All right, let me give you the space real quick. You know how we do it. I mean, give you the space here. Hold on, let me find that for you. Find that source for you. And so without that, bro, without that, what do you really have? So you got the ferocious insects. First of all, eating up all your food. Okay. All right. Let me get this pronouncing right. Only a June go. Let me see if I got it. Hold on. Anjaga. All right. Anjaga. All right. Let's see. Anjaga region. Early Holocene. All right. This is where you find some of the oldest pottery. Here you go. Hold on. Location is in Mali. Njanga was the first discovered in 1994. All right. Research carried out at the Njanga site complex between 1997 and 2004. All right. Hold on. Let me show. So we got the archaeological site for you. All right. Archaeological environment sequence. Let me get to the pottery portion of it. Let's see. They had that real quick, y'all. 1 second. 1 second. 1 second here. 1 second. See, get a look at this real quick. 1 second. Oxford emerging ceramic production in Africa. All right, the first emergence of ceramic production anthropology in Africa. Here you go. Here's the source right here for you. Anthropology right here. All right. Scientific article on the situation, man. Y'all got to do this, man. Discovery in Njanga, Mali, open air site, Dogon country. Shed light on the early Neolithics in Africa. All right. So right here is where they find it. Let me put this in the chat for y'all. All right. All right. Now, key word here, y'all. Anthropology. You don't get this from YouTube. Meaning, the person that's on YouTube have to be able to push you in a direction that would help you uncover some real authentic information. It's important. All right, let me put this in here for y'all real fast. All right. I don't even know if I can get that in there like that. Let's see. I don't think that did that go through there? No, I was don't know what that was. Let me see. All right, y'all got it. Okay. All right. So that's Njanga. All right. Don't forget that. It's gonna mean something down the line for y'all. All right. The emergence of pottery in Africa. The 10th century, somewhere around maybe 9,400 BCE. All right. Let me see. Science Direct. We can go with the Science Direct. All right. And put that in here. Give y'all the Science Direct article. Something that's very simple for y'all. It don't take a whole lot of flamming to do this, y'all. Right? There you go. There you go. All right. So y'all can clearly see this. Put this article in there. All right. All right. All this is important, yo. So what if the Egyptians wasn't black, which is a socially constructed concept put together by a wild group of people in the 1700s? You know what I'm saying? Crazy. There you go. And I told you, based off of Christopher Eric work, it was the women that actually put this together, right? You can get this work right here, which everybody act like they read, and they have not. And go to the pottery industry right here. And Christopher Eric's work, which people claim to be reading in the community, is dealing with archaeology and anthropology. I'm saying this for a reason, yo. Why do I keep saying archaeology and anthropology? Right? Because if trying to figure out your story was so damn important, then you would have to use the tools that the world uses to figure out your story. No, no self-sufficient group relies on YouTube analysts and YouTube dudes to dig up their damn history. All right? It's phony. Right? And they play these games and they talk, wow. See, Sheffrin got to throw in China. I'm not talking about China. I'm talking about in Africa. We don't play the oldest game. We talking about in Africa. We talking about the pottery is older in West Africa than in the Nile Valley is what we talking about. Don't matter. The oldest is so what? I've seen them people didn't need it until they did it. That's like farming. They get you in a wild race. Oh, we did farming first. So what? Since when in the annals of human history that first mean anything? You got hunter-gatherer tribes that are still hunter-gatherer right now, and they're very sufficient, right? They wasn't laden with COVID, none of these things. But they have none of the amenities that we have. You only think they backwards based off of your lenses. But remember, in nature, it's not the strongest of the fittest, which is the mistake they made about Charles Darwin. He was talking about the fit genes, those that can express themselves in their environment, is what Charles Darwin was talking about. So the strongest ain't never mattered. It's who got the fit genes in nature. Remember, nature knows no color. All right. So yeah, on my show in particular, we do not fight for first, seconds, and thirds. It's not what we're doing. All right, because I could easily say that farming represents failure. Say that. Now, y'all can argue over who did one first, but the Chinese wasn't involved with the African pottery industry that the women put together in Africa. Not at all. So whatever they had, and what we got, we got. And since everybody want to say, well, all our ancestors is the Africans on the continent of Africa. Okay, well, the first place, right, that they reached that level of pottery making was in West Africa. So that's important for those who claim. See, this is the claim that without Egypt, we would not be what we are today. That's not the truth. Nobody in West Africa needed anybody in the Nile Valley to develop civilizations and reach golden ages. I think that's the narrative that's based in reality. So there's this thing here. The Egyptians are black, right? Which is a social construct put together by what you calling your mortal enemy. That's what you say, right? So you follow that to the T. But then when I say anthropology, that's going to actually help you dig your story out, then that's an issue. Then it's the white man thing. So you pick and choose what's white. Say it again. They pick and choose what's white. Why would that be? Hold on. Let me get you the. Let me get here. They pick and choose what's white because they really can't do nothing. So what's this right here? This the game they play. Let me show you some real work. Okay, here we go. We have science, engineering, and medicine. National Academies Roundtable on Black Men and Black Women in Science, Engineering, and Medicine, Wednesday, October 4th, 2023. Engineering, Black Men, Black Women. Look, in the breadth of engineering, a workshop planning committee briefing book. Interesting. Why you show us that? And we couple that with this. All right. Boom. Here you go. Important. Science, engineering, and medicine. The national academies. The goal is to get one of us in there. That's the goal. To reach the level we can actually be a part of stuff like this. Ain't that the goal? Wouldn't that be the goal? Wouldn't that be the thing that we push forward for? Wouldn't it be? If we want to be a valuable community. Am I correct? I say again, wouldn't that be the goal? To be in there, right? If we are to be a valuable community, not just functioning on YouTube, but functioning in life for real. That is the game changer, right? Since we put so much value on color, right? Then you would want somebody to look like you, right? Involved in these types of programs. Am I correct? Okay. Thought I was. So let's see. Let's see that who we got amongst us that's actually involved in the real work. Okay. Let's see. And let's see what message they push. All right. Let's see. Goodness gracious. Let me get this in here. Hold on. One more second. I'm gonna put this for y'all so we can see what this is. Okay. Here we go. Let's see who's invited. Let's see who did that. Let's see what we got. Let's see if we cracking. Let's see how we cracking. All right. See what y'all talk crazy, man. Psh. Ask them to show you this. Come on now. All right. All right, here we go. There alone. Standing in the camera. I'm sorry. It's all good. All right. Hold on. Let me get it. Oh, where I send it to you? Damn it. Shit. All right. Let me see. Did I send it here? All right. That's fine. People are going back and forth. Oh, I sent the wrong one to the email. Goodness gracious. All right, then. Come on now. All right. God damn. Hold on. I got it through there. Okay, done. Where is it at? Show up. All right. Yeah. Killing me, yo. All right, let me share the screen. All right. But drop the link to we all that. All right. Let me share the screen here and see who we got that's a part of this thing here. All right, we sharing the screen. God damn it. Share the screen. Here we go. 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 Presenters, Deanne Bailey, Morgan State University. So we got a pseudo killer involved in what? Engaging black men. Look, and black women. Hold on. God damn. Come on now. Engaging black men and women, right? Breathe of engineering. Look, right? She's part of the program. See, this is the real work, okay? Learning from the past to build the future. All right? I'm going to say this again. Actually learning from the past to build the future, but you can't learn from the past with a whole bunch of pseudoisms. See, this is the message that has been pushed and promoted. It's not going to happen. All right? That's Dr. Oyamaya for all y'all who do not know. Here you go right here. She was actually part of that program. Now, what program was she a part of again? Let's see. Let's go back to the email. All right. Right. The National Academies, Science, Engineering, and Medicine. This is what we're talking about. Let us move forward. Okay. Since everybody like to talk reckless, right? We Uncle Tom in. We this, we that. Okay, let's see. Let's see who the real Uncle Tom's is. Let's see who the real Uncle Ruckus is. So it's Uncle Ruckus when you actually do something that's real productive in this community, huh? Here we go. Oh man, did I put the other thing in there? I hope I put that. Oh man, why did I do that? Let me see. Uncle Ruckus now. The Uncle Ruckus. Man, why is people keep? Hold on, let me see. Share the screen. There you go. STEM Opportunity Alliance. Put the website in there for y'all. Show you what we doing. Where everybody talk trash and call us Uncle Ruckus and are actually afraid to deal with Europeans. It's the website right there. All right. That's what? The 2024 White House Summit on STEAM, equality, and excellence, propelling progress. Okay. And prosperity by 2050. Who's a part of this? Executive Office, President of the United States, right? The White House Summit on STEM equality. Well, who would be a part of this, y'all? How many of y'all in the faked out community, right, are actually representing your people at the highest levels at the STEM Summit? You got a lot of fake people playing fake STEM and fake this and fake that and fake science and African science. Yeah, now it's time for the rubber to meet the road. See, we hold our cards around here. All right, let's see. Hold on. Let's see who's a part of that. Badge up. Where your badges at? Just gonna let you into that event. What's up? What's up? Since we playing Uncle Ruckus and we playing all of that, what's up? Come on now. Yeah, we're gonna take it real easy right here. Let's see. Let's see who bluffing and scamming y'all. See, the real scammers deny expertise. That's what the real scammers do. See, just for the record, that's what real scammers do. They deny expertise. They do it on purpose. Okay? They deny science. They call it African science, which is a force. No such thing as African science. Hold on. Hold on. Here we go. Come on now. We're slow. Done. Okay. All right. Let's see. Let's see who really working in the community and not just on YouTube talk crazy. YouTube's supposed to be a vessel that push y'all to the damn experts into opportunities that will help move you in the world we live in. That's what YouTube is for, is a media outlet. Right? You're actually supposed to be putting good content on here, whereas though you can actually come on now. All right, here once again. Yeah, STEM Opportunity Alliance. Y'all see it. Dion Bailey. All right. Right there. In the thick of it. Right there in the thick of it. Be at the White House, the summit, right? Dealing with it. Okay. You ain't supposed to have nobody there dealing with it. You supposed to sit on YouTube, huh? And call us Uncle Ruckus and science this, and y'all don't know what y'all talking about, and blase. Is that what's really supposed to? Is that really? Hold on. I think I showed y'all the STEM equality. Let me show this again. All right. Yeah. See where y'all at. Where y'all at? Yeah. Where y'all at? STEM equality and excellence. What's that? See that sign? AAAS. Y'all know what that is, right? Uh-huh. So you got people that look like you playing the games at the highest levels, and the best thing Sarnettum can say is call us Uncle Ruckus and put videos up with blackface on it, and that's cute. I ain't even mad at them. They know not what they do. So what's this? AAAS. Let's see what level that's played on. Okay. That's played right here. The AAAS. That's the journal Science right there, ladies and gentlemen. That's what that is. Y'all didn't know that? The Association for Science, y'all know that? American Association for the Advancement of Science. Y'all didn't know that? Yeah, man. Yeah, that's, you know, the magazine they got, right? It's called the Journal of Science. So we've cracked in. We've cracked it. We're there. We're there. Why people talk crazy? This is where we at. Playing the game at the highest levels. And for that, let's see. Is it hate? Is they hating? You might be hating, yo. I don't know why. Big up the Sarnetta. A little bit of hate there, shorty. Let's show you hating. He playing Chris video hating. Let's hear a little bit of hate. Let's see. You ain't gonna never find them going to no summit for STEM education, right? And trying to bring our community into the fold. You'll hear them making look at the picture right there with the blackface. See? Look.
Coons dancing in the background with their white women was perfect because that's all we've been seeing this so-called conscious community present to everybody. Right. It's just white Eurocentric scholars. So these conscious community brothers are nothing but a bunch of coons who have been presenting themselves in blackface. And I said it. Garfield Reed, when you mention my name, this is what you get. You're going to get some social commentary. I'm not going to sit here and call you out your name because your work speaks for itself. I want you to pay attention to what you've done over the last several months. Let's take it back over the year. Let's give Garfield Reed a round of applause. But before we give him his round of applause, let's do a quick year in review. Garfield Reed was supposed to debate Jabari. Why was he supposed to debate Jabari? Because Garfield Reed did not want to accept the fact that Christianity and its proponents were found right there in Egypt. The very resurrection story, the miracles of Jesus, the virgin birth, and so on. And when it was time, I said it. The same.
So with that, I'm listening to Chris Harris. Right there on your own, in your own goddamn so-called Lions Den. The people are who won that.
Ain't nobody trying to do that
thing that I'm saying. Chris Harris saying the same thing that I'm saying.
All right, Chris Harris is saying the same things you saying, huh, Sarnetta? So you think I'm blackface, whatever the hell the stupid shit is. All right. Find me one person on your platform that's actually participating in science and actually living out the message that they're pushing. I know I am. All right, let's see. Or y'all just talking and scamming. The house is scamming us. You ain't got number pseudos on your channel. They go against the elders on a regular basis and act like they're not. It's funny to me, dog. I ain't even mad at you. Y'all niggas is just hating.
He's just saying it out loud. I'm trying to hold it in.
Nah, don't hold it inside. We see you. See, that's your bread and butter, holding on to the pseudos and pushing pseudo material. I've never been mad at you. You never said you was any more than that. Everybody else expect more out you than that. I don't. I understand that you give everybody a damn voice. We know that giving everybody a voice is a recipe for disaster. Look at Smash Scamwells. He gives everybody a voice. He is a pseudo toothpick shooting magi archers. They shooting toothpicks. All of them are pseudo. Fake geneticists, not a credential amongst them. Wild presentations, black rice, black car, black this. They selling you a bunch of garbage. So we ain't mad at you, bro. But why hate on people that's actually participating in the game? That's what I don't understand. It's almost like you don't want to see nobody shine. If you ain't shining, then should nobody else shine? You don't want people to click on it. So now let me get this straight. You actually telling people don't click on our videos? I would never tell a person don't click on a Sarnetta TV video. It's definitely an institution, an online institution. And segment of the black community enjoys that. And you can make money off of it. How about that? So I never try to take away from your money revenue because I was the guy that made sure you got monetized on YouTube to get that money to feed your family for the last 10 years. No problem from that, bro. We've always done great business. Great, but never cheated you out of a penny. Don't even get mad when you stay on the side of the damn pseudos and share them up because I know it makes good content. That's why I pop up on y'all niggas and beat y'all half to death and then hit with the replay. Because I don't never need your help in what I'm doing because we stand at the highest levels. For real. Pseudo killers on motherfucking deck. Fuck wrong with y'all. So we keep this thing where we supposed to keep it. I ain't never mad at Sarnetta because he got to play the game with the hand he was dealt. It's called the pseudo hand with the pseudo platform. Know what I'm talking about? Let's hear the reckless words come out of his mouth.
You know what I'm saying? But God damn it, I'm feeling everything Chris is saying on this, and I think y'all will too. And so we got Dr. Clyde Winters.
A damn pseudo. Dr. Clyde Winters is the dedicated pseudo. So let me look y'all in the face, man. Let me get this off the screen for a minute, man. Check this out, man. I don't give a damn if you black and got a doctor by your name, but if you're selling pseudoscientific material to the community, I got to get you. See, being black ain't as important as y'all making it. Being accurate, being responsible, and being and looking at the data correctly will actually help the people. That's what's going to help the people, y'all. Just because you black don't mean you can interpret the data right. And just because you white don't mean you can interpret the data right. Because white and black as a social construct is about the human being and the ideas in their head. And then we need to talk about culture. So what culture are you aligning yourself with? So now I'm Uncle Ruckus. I'm in blackface, dog. Why ain't I mad at you? Because you doing what you do. I ain't mad. But let me let y'all niggas know right now. I don't let no niggas pick my friends for me. Never have, never will. I don't let you tell me about another nigga or another woman. Found out for my damn self. I can tell by their actions. Saw that to know I ain't been nothing but a good friend to him. He know it. He understands that. He's so mad at Garfield, he can't see the forest for the trees. Step back sometimes, bro. Peep in. See, I don't knock your pseudo thing. Not at all. I kill all the pseudos over there, he resurrects them. I kill all the pseudos over there, use a pseudo resurrector. I ain't mad at you. But I don't think you're Uncle Tom, and I don't think you're Uncle Ruckus, bro. Now, many can make that case because the Uncle Ruckus don't want to see his people go nowhere, right? And not seeing nobody and not wanting to see somebody go somewhere could officially call you an Uncle Ruckus. But I don't choose to use those words for you because I genuinely think you care about the people and giving them a voice. Your platform is just give anybody a damn voice. I can't knock for that. You never said nothing more than that. But I ain't never said that my platform was glorifying some wild ass black people neither, or glorifying some wild ass white people. You seem to do that both. You seem to glorify wild ass white people and glorify wild ass black people as they present pseudoism to the community that would actually push us back off of the mark. So let me introduce you to a person that y'all claim y'all fuck with, which y'all really don't. Y'all don't fuck with these people for real, yo. Y'all playing. Easy work. Jabari, he was a clown and a coon, just for the record. Just to let y'all know, and he's a damn scammer. So you got Chicanti Diops. Now, who is Chicanti Diops? Chicanti Diops, right, is a Senegalese historian, anthropologist, really? Physicist and politician. What is this? Anthropologist is a person engaged in the practice of anthropology. Anthropology is the study of the aspects of humans within the past, present societies. Social anthropology, cultural anthropology, philosophical anthropology, study of norms, values, general behaviors of societies. Linguistic anthropologists, the studies of language affect the social life. Wow. Economic anthropology studies the human economic behavior. Biological, physical, forensics, and medical anthropology study the biological development of humans. An application of the biological anthropology in a legal setting, and the study of diseases, and the study of diseases, and the study of damn diseases and their impact on humans over time, respectively. This is where the hell we supposed to be. This is where that man was called Chicanti damn Diops. But y'all niggas don't got it. Y'all got something totally different. What the hell y'all got? Y'all don't mess with this because y'all say it's the white man's science. Y'all scamming. How do we know? This is clear as day. So whenever I bring anthropology, I actually bring the tool that will help you resurrect your history in an accurate, coherent manner. But yet I'm Uncle Ruckus for that. But this man was an anthropologist, and you don't call him that. This man looked to evolution to tell the human story. This man was degreed, but y'all fight against education. What is education? Education is the tool that will bring you closest, approximate to correct information. There's no other way to do it. You dig it out the dirt. Oh, archaeology within the field of anthropology. Evolution deals with biological organisms, people, populations, movement of people and populations based off of certain molecules, haplogroups. This is the real study. Why they conning? Why they scamming? But yet they claim to big this man up. They don't. They're tricking you. Pick up the logic. Flim flam, bim bam, boom. This how we like to do it.
What's up, bro?
So, man, just banging on the real anti-black people and anti-African people. They real with it.
Oh, you talking about the online activists?
Online activists. It's the question of the day. The question of the day. Man, go ahead. You got some plugs to throw, man. Go ahead before you get started, boy. Go ahead. You represent. Go ahead, boy. Throw it out there.
Yeah, man. I want to come over there and check out our little thing we're doing, man. We got the big Tri-Media podcast going on over there. You know, come stop through, leave a little like, comment, subscribe. We're doing some cool stuff over there, man. We're having some cool little things. My little part is Grown Folk Radio. We good in there. We talk about some cool little relationship topics. I share some of my life experience with y'all. It's pretty cool, man. Pretty cool. We try to keep it PG-13. Ain't nothing like, we ain't doing nothing vulgar or graphic over there. It's really, really a healthy experience, man. My story's pretty cool. I'm gonna say that for my own content. But we come over here, I had a little conversation with Unc today, man, and I feel like we finally got to hear Jabari say that he think he online being an activist, right? I don't know what he does offline. But he absolutely intertwines his online activities with his offline activism, right? I don't know what he does offline as far as being an activist, but when you try to intertwine the making of the Egyptians black and you're using this non-scientific way of you're basically giving credence to the one drop rule as if that is some way to empower black people, and it's terrible, man. It's a terrible rabbit hole of non-factual information, shrouded in the passion that we have for empowering our community, right? I think the agenda is great. It's wonderful. I'm all for it. How can we further the black community, even if we're using the online space to help us do that? But then I had to ask the crucial question of how is making the Egyptians black actually contributing to your online activism, since that's what you claim it to be, right? I think that's a very fair question to have to ask and to be able to continue to ask, right? And I think that that's really where you really want to flush the argument, right? Because I'm not against your wanting to further the black community, but I'm absolutely confused as to how you feel as if making the Egyptians black is contributing to that. So I feel like I'm really asking a very fair question. And that question, that's for Reggie, that's for Smash, that's for Jabari, that's for all the Egyptomaniacs who seem to have a similar message, right? Why the need to shroud Black Egypt in online activism? I think that's a very, very fair question.
I think it's more than fair. All right. Let's actually hear the words of Sarnetta and let's kind of deal with this. All right. Here we go. We keep it clean and smooth around here. And we support Sarnetta's TV and all its pseudoisms. Never told a person ever not to check into Sarnetta, yo. It's definitely an institution of pseudoisms in the community. It's the voice of everybody, anybody, mother, son, anybody that think they know something can get on there. I don't have that platform like that. And, we filter out the trash and we bring the best on that we got in the community. And then we bring the experts, no matter what color they are. We do exactly what our elders did and we follow suit with that. Well, let's hear this.
I'm the only one that block people. I do that. Let me get this creep up out of here. Go make 100 videos. Who cares, man? I don't care. I tell you that. So here we are, man. Chris Harris is sick and tired of it. I'm sick and tired of it. He's saying the things that I've been wanting to say for a long time, So we got to look at what's the conspiracy here. Why are they trying so hard to tear down Kemet? Why are they trying so hard to take that away from our young people? Like I was saying before I got a call, when they know that Kemet is where writing comes from, where the Hebrews get their writing from, where religion, the foundation of their religion is right there in Kemet. Why are they trying to tear that down? And I agree with Chris. Shout out to Smash. Smash been holding the torch and holding it up. And every time they come,
the nigga go pseudo. So that's the point right there. We heard it loud and clear. Why are they trying to take that away from us? Take what? Somebody say, y'all know Jabari in the field. Nah, the nigga take trips to Egypt, yo. See, the difference between what I'm thinking and what I'm reading about is very simple. Taking a trip to Kemet is not actually an archaeological dig. It's a trip. That man got every right to take people to Africa and make money off of it. Got every right to do that. What he don't got the right to do is act like he's on a archaeological dig or some type of groundbreaking excavation in Africa. Now, I know he's never said that, but he never stopped niggas from making the stupid statements that they make. Y'all think that he taking you on an excavation. Jabari Yang did it. Dr. Ben didn't do it. Man, who else? Dr. Ben, Jabari, who's taking these trips late, and damn, yo, come on, what's his name? I can't even think of his name right now. I can't even think of his damn name.
Ashwa Crazy.
Ashwa Crazy. Listen, none of them took y'all on an excavation. They took you on vacations back to the motherland, right? Which was beautiful to experience, to get the hell out of America and see a great African civilization. That's what they did. But they wasn't there cataloging the glyphs. They wasn't there getting the artifacts, categorizing them, putting them in their proper perspective. They wasn't doing that. They were showing you some walls, reading some Metanetia, and it was a great trip. Don't get it fucked up and twisted, though, ladies and gentlemen. This is where the rubber meets the road, that logic. See the difference? That's the difference. So he say, why we take that away from him? What do you mean?
I don't know. Taking what away? What do we have over there? See, that's where you clearly see him lumping in activism or lumping in the betterment of the black community or the black children, right? What do they literally stand to gain by you making Egypt black? That's the question.
So,
I want to flush that idea out, man. I definitely want to do that. Go ahead.
Well, I think this is the point that's very, very challenging, at least to me. When I could just go here. Watch this. I can just go here, look. I can go here. And this is where the scam occurs. I can go here, right? I can show you Amenhotep III. All right. Thebes, possibly from Thebes, 1390 to 1352 BCE. Right? Brooklyn Museum, right? Brother Reggie actually helped bring this forward. He slipped it to me, and then he lost his mind. And Reggie, my man, though, yo. So I ain't never banging on Reggie. It's my man, right? It's not my man, but you know how sometimes homeboys fight, and we just there. Cause I ain't never showing him as an Uncle fucking Ruckus, and I ain't never showing him as an anti-black. I'm never doing that, especially when I'm 1,000,000% wrong. So here you go. Look, the ancient Egyptians were look, y'all, look. And right, look, indigenous African people who first appeared in southern Upper Egypt, Nile Valley, BCE, and spread northward to Lower Egypt, joined over 5,000 years by other Africans. Look, from Nubia, Libya, all these are Africans. And they look, Nubians range in skin color, the Libyans range in skin color, you know what I'm saying, as well as the Semites, which aren't Africans, the Persians, they're not Africans, the Greeks, or the Romans. They're distinctly multicultural societies producing an astonishing array of objects and structures. So first of all African countries and peoples did not share the same fucking culture. It's retarded. They developed their own way of dealing with the environment. This is what we teach because this is what the experts teach. Why are they so mad at me? Y'all know why they so mad at me? Because I took the power out of their hands. See, I took the flim flam scam boom out their hands. See, they can scam me with black because then you can play like you the Native Americans, and then you can play that to people on the Enemy's Island. You can play crazy to people and misinform them and act like the truth you give them is going to change their life. We barely even know. I think, man, you talked about this, yo. I'm not sure if you knowing your history or not will change any damn thing in your life. I'm not sure, Logic. But one thing I am sure, watch this, Logic. One thing I am sure of, learn a wild ass lie ain't gonna help.
Yeah, if it does help, having it skewed, you know what I'm saying, in any type of way, definitely gonna throw you off of what you're trying to accomplish, right? So like, you make it a good point, right? And I'm gonna try to hammer it home with this, right? In what way does blackenizing your history, how does that help you with police brutality, yo?
Mm.
What does it do for you? How does it empower you in any form or fashion for any of these social issues that we really trying to get over, right? Like that's where the rubber really meets the road, as you would say, yo, because these are the issues that plague us in our everyday life, right? And if we're not addressing those, then really we just fantasizing.
So look, y'all see what I got. You're absolutely right about that, bro. Here you go. Look, community skeptics. The concept is that civilization was started by black people. That's not real. Let me show you something that's real. Here you go. This is what's real. Look. This is how it's presented. What does that say, Logic? Met.
The African origin of civilization. The
Do you
Met.
see the black? Do you see the black origin of civilization?
No.
Why you think they ain't put that there?
They trying to be politically correct with it, right?
Right. Because if you can say the origin of black civilization, just find a couple light-skinned people, then call them white. Think about that, Logic. Let's find all the light-skinned people in Africa and say they white, because they sure as hell did that. They did that. So now you got black and white people that started African civilization. But who's this exhibit by, though? Once again, brought to you by Brother Reggie. Here you go. The scholar today recognized. Look, scholars today recognize Africa as the source of our common ancestry. But in 1974, the Senegalese scholar and humanist, he was a humanist. They don't talk about that, do they, yo? Don't talk about that humanist shit. Yeah. Shikant Diop shocked and challenged. Look, historians by asserting the influence of ancient African civilizations in his groundbreaking book, African Origins of Civilization, Myth of Reality. Why he ain't say Black Origins of Civilization, Myth of Reality? All right, here you go. It say this exhibition pays homage. So you know when you start getting the Europeans to pay homage, yo, you done did something. By representing masterpieces from the museum's collection from West and Central Africa alongside art from ancient Egypt. Look, for the first time in the Met's history, man, so for the first time in Met's history, yo, they showing you different aspects and different African cultures, and they put them in the same damn exhibit, yo. They say throughout the 21 pairing of works from different African cultures, and say different black cultures, different African cultures, right? In eras, this exhibition provides a rare opportunity to appreciate extraordinary creativity of the continent across 5 millennia, revealing unexpected parallels and contrasts. See? Parallels and contrasts. Although there was no contact between their creators, get that straight, the work shared deep and unrecognized histories. Look, man, I stay beating them up. They can't do this. Tell Jabari with all that bullshit talking and flim-flamming. Tell Smash Scanwell with all that fake meta that you doing over there. Tell them to go ahead and pull up on the Met. Tell them to go ahead and pull up on the museum of the Brooklyn Museum. Look, tell them to pull up on the Brooklyn Museum.
Don't they say they go over to the Met every 2-3 days or something like that?
I ain't even get to that part. You're right. He ain't went since that exhibition, though. He ain't went there since then, yo. He lying. He ain't even go there. Lying. Because he won't find that wild terminology there. That terminology is exclusive. You know what I'm saying? For people in modern times today. All right? Exclusive for that. That's what that's for. Putting it back in time, yo, it messes up the flavor. It messes up the nuance. It actually kills the culture because you spreading colonialism to an ancient people that wouldn't have known it, yo. You know, for the first 350,000 years of human history, yo, they did not have that color arrangement where you would give power to people that was darker or power to people that was lighter, yo. That's a new innovation put forth by Europeans and colonialism, yo. And y'all can't understand that. So I guess it's just not enough for them to be indigenous to the continent. And then if you go a little bit farther, say just because you're indigenous don't mean you have not mixed with populations that are non-African. That's been there for 15,000 years. Nobody cares to hear none of that, yo. They're stuck on stupid. But none of them can show you that one of theirs is dealing with the Journal of Science, Journal of Nature, going to the White House. None of theirs can do that. Got programs, summer camps, you know what I'm saying, giving out computers, teaching STEM. None of their groundbreaking ideas do none of that. Jabari. Nobody speaks of Jabari as being pushing forward real accurate information. I'm saying on the level. So I just showed y'all shit on the level. So I only know what y'all talking about. Then you hate when I bring experts that actually come in and compliment Shigan Diops and compliment Smash Rockwells. They just don't agree with his position. And then that's a problem. And then y'all lie and make up like it's something else. Nah, dog, you think you on my head. I'm standing over top of y'all, stomp y'all out. What's going on? Nubian Muhammad, Baltimorean, what a dude from around the way. Between Belvedere and what's up, man? Can't hear you. Get that right. Wait till you lock in. I see you with the sharp setup. We always keep that. So Logic, you get my point, yo. We had a real good conversation. You was like, yo, them niggas think they fighting the revolution. I keep telling you they like that soldier, the last soldier in the Japanese war, in World War II on that island. They like that.
Yeah.
Japan and rebuilt their whole nation. They functioning and they still fighting, still shooting at, you know what I mean, targets when they go by. Crazy.
The craziest thing, right, is like, so what you should be able to notice, people like that good guy, y'all should first off be able to notice two things from the article he just pulled up, right? And shout out to you, bro. We're not at a war, right? We throwing around the information, having a good time. You know, we keep, you keep it fun. You know, when we African Americans, we mess with each other a little bit, but it ain't nothing disrespectful. I ain't your enemy. You know what I'm saying? But like the two things you should immediately notice from the article. First off, is written by the Met, right? It's not written by one of these Afrocentric scholars. They are the ones actually pushing that it's an African civilization. So you that's a win. You should feel like you are starting to become represented by academia. It may not be happening at the pace that you're satisfied with, but absolutely they're coming around to being able to tell your version of the story, right? They're telling the story of the ancient people from their own mouth, right? Like that's a W for you right there. And the second thing that you should be able really be able to dig out of that is that if this is what academia is saying, what need do you have to say it, right? Like at what point, what are you contributing to their conversation that they're having outside of YouTube? It should spring something in your mind that you are attempting to participate in something that you are miles and miles away from, for one, and for two, that they are already saying it for you. And really, they cleaning it up. They telling you how to say it. To me, that should be really obvious.
Can I speak now?
Nope, you wasn't next. Where you at, Nubi Muhammad? Chef Anel. I don't know. You must can't. Chef. All right. Okay. Yeah. Go ahead. Hey, good guy. Have something intelligent to say, yo.
So do y'all know that Senegal, if you go to YouTube, if I'm not mistaken, I think Senegal got their own museum. We all know Senegal's in Africa.
Senegal.
I said Senegal.
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 Yeah. Go ahead.
They got their own museum, right? Those are black
Absolutely.
people. They got
Absolutely.
and what do they call it?
I don't know.
Call it a black museum.
Okay.
So
Let's see it. Now let's pull it up though.
go ahead,
What's it
pull it up.
called? Let's pull it up. What's it called? Senegal. I got you. I get it for you. Come on. All right. You know, I ain't
As
hate.
you
I'm
pull it up,
participate.
all I want to say is that can
Mhm.
we tell our own stories? That's what I'm saying.
I agree.
So
I agree.
so if the Met is saying what the Met is saying, it's just calling them indigenous. But you got countries in Black Africa calling their museums Black museums. Why can't we go what we are saying about ourselves?
Okay. All right. So you just like to see, just like the word. That's cool. Go ahead,
It's-
Lashman.
now he liked the word. I mean, of course we could tell our own stories, right? So you have to distinguish between when you're actually making the barbershop colloquial conversation, and then
No, I
when and
said a
then
country, not to cut you off, my brother. I said a country, a particular country calling themselves something, not a
I'm
barbershop
understanding what you're saying.
conversation. No, because I don't want to get the conversation like put it as an exact frame and content.
Okay, well let's shift gears a little bit then, right? I was about to take you down a different direction. Let me go in your direction, right? So if that's true, I don't know it's true. I'm looking it up.
It don't matter,
What
yo. They got a right to frame it the way they want to frame it.
no. Let me ask him this question, right?
I ain't tripping in the
So
right
now that
tripping.
if the Sinhalese actually call their museum black, right? What does that like? How does that help the story, in your opinion? Like what is that
I mean,
actually
because the story is
contributing
still
to the
being told,
conversation?
right? Because the story is still being told. We're still talking about Africa, right? And as we
Mhm.
see in the world today, Africa is still growing. There's still things that's still happening in Africa today. So there are Sahel nations in Africa today taking over their own lands and their own countries, and they're not dealing with certain people. I'm not talking about the certain people, and I'm just talking about African people taking over African lands, and then some African countries telling these stories.
Mhm.
So so I don't know what the face is for. So what I'm saying is that if you see other countries doing stuff, and I'm talking about like Senegal is something else. When I'm talking about the Sahel region, I'm talking about somebody actually doing something cool and stuff like that, and nations doing something totally different. So what
Hold on,
I'm
give me a
saying,
second. Go ahead. I'm
so
gonna
when
let you finish, and I'm gonna ask you a
I'm gonna
question.
land my plans. Is is black people really doing black things on the ground, and there's black people changing things in the academia.
Okay, so look, so now let's assume that what you're saying is true. If people in Senegal are how do you say driving out the Europeans out of their country, what does that do for you in America?
Mm.
Do you have access to Senegalese resources? Do you have any control of the
I mean,
Senegalese military? Are you a part of Senegalese military? If Senegal go over and take over France right now, how would that help you in America?
Mm.
are we dealing with facts or how things
Man,
gonna
just
happen?
answer the damn
I
question.
mean,
No,
just
I
answer the
mean, I
question,
mean,
yo.
I mean, if that is the question, then we talking about Senegal. We talking about Senegal. I don't know how can that help me? Senegal itself.
So
Now, if you talk,
if
hold
that
on,
don't
hold
help
on, hold
you,
on, hold
how
on, because
does them
Africa
calling their
got
museum
54
black
countries
help
in that
you?
place. You know what I'm saying? Because we're talking about facts, right? Right? Because you're saying that in science they don't really say black no more, right? So we're talking about facts. I'm giving you a
Nah,
fact.
socially, no, socially is cool. Ain't nobody tripping.
No, we're not tripping. We dealing with facts. How
No,
are we
but I'm
tripping?
saying socially, yo, is a social construct accepted by the American thing. I mean, we Americans, yo, we can use the word black. That ain't what we're talking
Nah,
about.
I'm
That ain't,
I'm
that
trying
ain't
to,
his point.
He's
but
saying
Uncle,
Senegal using it, y'all. He's saying Senegal
Yeah,
using
how does Senegal using it? How does that
because
impact
I'm,
you over here in
but
America?
Yeah.
I don't get how you don't think that
Yeah,
black
he
nationalism
I
just said explain it.
and the diaspora don't.
I'm just trying to get you to
I
break it
just try
down
to
for me, man.
correlate the Sahel region and them doing everything in the black
See,
nationalism.
see, watch this, good
And
guy. Watch this.
hold on. Let me
You've been
don't call
going
my
for over a
wisdom.
minute and you ain't answered the question. But go ahead, bro. I'm gonna let you keep
But
talking.
obviously I did though. But if I'm telling you stuff is happening on the ground and you're telling me that there's no difference, then I guess you don't want to see what's going on. You're just
Yeah, we
blind
want
to
to
it.
see. We want to see what's going on,
I
bro.
do
We
want to
want to
see. I'm
explain.
so let me get real specific, right? We over here in America. Let's talk about two crises that we didn't have recently, right? Police brutality, the Flint water crisis. So now that the Senegalese call their museum black, how does that help? How does that help our crisis here in America?
I think we had a newer crisis, the border crisis, and you just skipped
Which
past
border
that because
crisis?
the when all those people from other countries come to America and take black people jobs. I don't see how you don't see that's a problem.
So what is the Senegalese museum being called
No,
black? How does
you have
that?
to ask your representatives what are they doing about it. So I don't know if you know how the things go in America. Like you, you asking like the craziest questions, bro. I'm just saying.
Wow. So you
No,
Great
can't
I'm
answer.
giving
explain
you
it. That's fine.
facts. No, can he explain why he's
No,
asking me
I'm
why
just trying to.
America
I want
sucks
to
and
hear it.
Africa doing better things than America? All right, so
Right
you
here. Look,
asking
right
me?
here. Let me show you.
Hold
I
on.
don't want to think you making something up here, bro. I want to give you a credit. All right, let's see. Let
You
me
know,
show
every
you.
time I come on here, I give you straight facts.
Nah, you don't do bad all the time. You straight. You ain't all bad with your shit. Look. So you talking about this, right? The Museum of Black Civilization, right?
Of who?
The Museum of Black Civilization. Yeah, it is directed by what's this? Hamidi Bakun.
Boku.
Hold on,
Oh,
he
Bokum.
sound
Okay, an
lost.
archaeologist and researcher at Shikant Diop's University. Oh, what's wrong with this?
He
Why is
I
this
mean,
an
said
issue?
they're
you
using
told
black.
him his
I know,
source,
but why is this
and
an
he
issue though?
sounded lost.
I thought
Huh?
that we couldn't use black anymore.
No, that's
That's we
something. That's y'all
never said
narrative.
What up,
that.
Zoo?
Black was bad.
No, that's
No, we
shit. No,
never
that's what
said
y'all do
that.
on purpose. Y'all
Why
do
you
that shit on purpose.
That's
mischaracterizing
what
what we
members of
said?
PK say in the
No,
chat.
that's what
No,
you
we
do on
never
purpose.
said that. You're a
No,
liar.
y'all do that on
Joel
purpose. I get
definitely
it.
Yeah,
said.
I'm gonna come
Joel
up here and
definitely
get
said he
rowdy.
don't want to be black
No,
no more. Don't call
don't
him
keep
black no more.
mischaracterizing
No,
what
no,
we
no.
said.
Hold on.
Who
Let's get
said
it
that?
straight now. We were just reading the Met, and the Met said what? Go back to the Met and what the Met said.
I say the origin
Ain't
of
no
African
hold
civilization.
on. Stop
Yeah, because we talking
mischaracterizing
Hey,
what
about
we
Chef, what was you
facts.
said.
saying? Chef,
It
hold on.
is.
Everybody freeze for a
We don't
minute.
got to do the ad
Chef, what was the
hominems.
point
We
you
don't
trying
got
to
to do
make,
the ad
Chef?
hominems. We could just have a
Nobody,
convo.
I know
nobody
freeze.
called you
Everybody freeze out.
anything.
Everybody chill. We're gonna comment. Chef, what was
That
you saying?
homonym is calling you a name. You have not been called out your name.
I know. Come on.
Stop being
Hey, Chef, go
delusional.
ahead. What was you saying?
I just
You
heard
said something,
liar
Chef.
though.
Come on, yo.
Oh, I
This ain't
was
even that
saying
serious.
when you showed him the source,
Hmm?
he seemed confused. Like I ain't
He really
understand that.
did.
Like that's crazy to me.
Who seemed confused?
Nah, I'm not throwing the shot. When he pulled up the source that you was talking about from Senegal and he read the title, you act like you was lost.
Nah, Chef, he was making a point because the
What
conversation has
point?
been that
Stop moving the
experts do not use
goalposts.
the term black.
Okay.
No,
Oh,
that's not
you was
that's
being sarcastic. Oh, my bad. I got it. My
no,
bad. My
that
bad.
good
That
guy
good guy.
did not know what the source was, Chef. You're absolutely correct. Bobby Banger put up the
Okay.
Yo,
source and he got
Zoo,
real
I mean,
silent,
he's
are we
here. He can speak
serious,
for
very,
Zoo?
himself.
very
Zoo,
confused.
are we serious, Zoo?
Yeah, because I done shared this with him before. So
Hey, Z. Hey, Z.
Well, you should have spoke on it.
Hold on for a minute, yo. So we don't cuss each other out and act all wild. Can we stop making up shit in line, yo? That's all I ask out of yo. I don't need y'all to
what?
agree with me, yo.
But why
See,
are you
hold
saying
on,
that
Z.
to
Let
me
me
Hold
though?
on.
fucking finish
So
talking, Z.
where's the
Everybody
lie
be
at?
quiet,
Yo,
Because
yo.
Why
I'm
are you
tired
saying
of
that
people
to me
calling
though?
me
Bobby
I'm trying to
liars, though.
Banger,
understand.
y'all gotta shut up.
That's what I'm gonna do. Hey,
Yo,
Zoo, I
yo,
don't want to
yo,
put
if
you in
we
the
about to
back.
do that, I get
Zoo,
off this motherfucker.
no,
For real.
Zoo. Why you
Bye.
opt out running? Come on,
Running.
Zoo.
Hey,
Yeah,
I can
you
stay
running,
here and
yo.
cuss niggas out too. And
No,
call
I'm
niggas
not.
liars.
That's not what I'm saying, Zoo. So are you saying that I told y'all that you can't use the word black?
Man, that's what the whole PK
No. I'm saying, how
organization
about
seems to be
me?
pushing.
Have I ever said that?
Have you ever said what?
Yeah, that you can't use the word black.
No, but you did say that
What I
West
say?
Africans aren't black, and you do
Okay,
say
no,
Black African
no.
power.
Hold on.
So
Why did I
I
say that?
do be
Stop.
trying to figure out how that makes sense.
Zoo. Why did I say that, Zoo?
I'm
At
asking you
least
right
get
now.
my explanation. I can give what you saying and give you. So tell me why I say that, Zoo.
So why
Explain
you
that
say
for
that,
us.
huh?
No, come on, bro. We've been listening to our conversation long enough. And if we honest and forthcoming, we supposed to at least know our position. Why do I say West Africans aren't black people, Zoo?
I'm not. I don't know.
Are you
I
serious?
don't know why you would say that.
Zoo. But why do I say it, Zoo? I've said it
I
a
don't know
million
why
times.
anyone would say that.
Because there weren't any black people until white people named them that. Is that not what I said, Zoo?
I don't agree with
constantly
that
say that,
position.
Zoo?
I
That's
don't agree with that position.
Zoo. That's fine. But is that not what I say?
That might
Come
be
on,
what
bro.
you say.
No, Zoo. You mean all this time? You got 90 people in the chat. You actually think ain't nobody heard me say this over and over again? And I say it's an anachronism, and those ancient populations didn't name themselves based off the color of their skin.
Okay, that
So
may be
listen.
true.
So what?
But
Now
we not
listen.
gonna
No.
act. We
Let
not
me
gonna
finish my.
act like members
No,
of
listen. My
PK
point.
be
No,
pushing
bro.
that.
No,
we not
no,
calling.
that's
We
not
not using the
true.
word black.
That's
It's not
not true.
scientific.
That's
to
not
use the word
true.
black.
No, they said not. They said using the word black when doing an anthropological study and dealing with. We don't deal with the social construct. It doesn't make sense because it's confusion. That's all, Zoo. And all of us are black and proud, bro. That's
There are
all I'm
contexts
saying, bro.
in which it's used though. So you can't
Zoo.
make. So nobody can really make categorical statements such
No, so
as
what's
black
black
is
people in
not
Zoo?
used
Zoo,
in
watch this,
science
Zoo.
and scientists
Go
don't
ahead,
use
Zoo.
black.
Explain to us what. So are black people in the Adam and Eve's Island Zoo?
Are black people what?
In the Adam and Eve's Island.
Is black just a biological term?
Answer the question.
Come on, yo, you gotta answer the
I
question.
can answer the question. We having a conversation.
Answer it. Is black in the Adamese Islands? Yes
just
or
asking.
no?
In certain contexts, yes.
And what would that context be, yo?
Exactly.
Why do you say black African power
Please answer the
and
question.
not just black power?
So that's how we went. So this is how we argue. You
That's
say
what
I don't got the answer for the question, and it's cool, yo. We ain't
You don't
hating each
gotta
other,
speak
bro.
for me. I'm answering the question just fine. You can
You
say I
didn't
don't
answer
like
the
your
question.
answer.
You asked me why did I say black African power. I have the answer. So I'm asking you a question that you have not answered.
And what's that question, huh?
I said, are people in the Adam and Eve's Island?
And I said yes, to an extent they
Are
are.
they okay? So then, how am I to determine which black people you talking about, then, yo? Because most people on planet Earth will be considered black people, brown to dark on planet Earth, yo, and they stretch close to the equator around the world, yo. How's that help me in Africa, yo? How's that helping the dream of
saying
getting
that they're all
African history
around
to
the
make us
world and
strong,
have the
yo?
world is a little bit of an exaggeration. But
That's not the truth. What
we
do you
should
mean?
hold on. Let me talk. We having a conversation. We should realize that Africa is the biggest, one of the biggest zones in the world.
It is
period.
not. It is not.
How
It's
is it
not the
not?
largest. It's not the largest
What's the
continent.
population for Africa?
It's not the largest continent.
It's not
man.
close to 2 billion people.
Okay, but it's not the largest continent, bro.
I didn't say it was the largest continent, but I'm making a
What
point.
does that have to do with the point, though, bro?
Exactly. I'm making a point that those dark-skinned people are a majority in the globe.
Bobby,
Crazy.
let me know when I can
you're
have the
looking
floor.
for,
You can go next.
and you're making a position as if using the word black completely confuses
You keep
somebody
saying it
from
does.
distinguishing
Yeah, okay,
an Andaman Islander from a South African,
all righty.
which is not true.
Okay. Go ahead. Go ahead, Juju.
If anybody talks over me, please put them in the back, please.
I got you.
So, first of all, it wasn't about you can't use black. We've explained 1,000 times on our position on that term black, that it is a racialized political term. We also explained that us as African Americans are going to be self-defining and standing in alliance with other oppressed people within our country, so we can we utilize, because we fought for that word or that label as black as our own self-identity, not something that someone placed on us, but we decided that we wanted to take on that. That does not account for our lineage in any way. John Henry Clark said it best: where is a place called black? Like, it's funny that y'all want to parakeet what the elders say, but you're not actually parakeeting him correctly.
On
Like,
purpose.
black is a racialized political statement, and still to this day, and I'm gonna keep saying it, where in Africa, when in Africa, pre-colonialism, then Africans called themselves black as a tribal or group or people group identifier. I have not seen that evidence. And all the evidence that people have brung up has been connected with some form of colonialism or Arabization, however you say that word. So again, there's no proof that Africans use that term black. And why would they need to use that when the majority of the people, within their area, because Africa's huge, look pretty much the same color on that side, including West Africa in particular. So why would they need to use that? They have their tribal identity, Ashanti, Wolof, Yoruba, Dinka. Why do we have to use black? It doesn't make any sense. And why we say anachronistic, because we can look at the historical record and show you when that term was starting to be applied to people of African descent. And then we can show you further on in time when other groups who mimic the same complexion as those Africans of dark skin color were also being called black, or utilize that term black because they're identifying with the oppressed Africans and African Americans. You have black in the Australasians, those are black. You have the Negritos that are considered black. Like you have the untouchables or the Dravidian Indians who are considered black. So when you're using this term black, what black are you talking about?
It's confusion, on purpose.
May I respond?
No, and I'm going to make one point and I'll let you go. So the point of pseudo killers was to understand where that term black come from, to know that Africans before colonialism or Arabization did not have to utilize that term. If you choose today to call yourself black, that's fine. We're not knocking for that. But to place that construct on the whole of Africa is fallacious and anachronistic. That has been our point the whole time. For y'all to continue to go out and say, we told y'all not to use black and this and that, like y'all loud and wrong. And we sick of it at this point. Don't mischaracterize us. Don't mischaracterize us. If you're going to parakeet what we say, get it right.
Yeah, just get it right. I'm fine with my stance. Read the source right here, Juju. What does it say? See, it is highlighted. Can you see it?
It says natives of Buka and Bougainville at the northern Solomon Islands in Melanesia and the Kapi people of Mozambique and the southeast coast of Africa have darker skin than other surrounding populations. The native people of Bougainville, Papua New Guinea, that's another people who call themselves black, I miss them, have some of the darkest skin pigmentation in the world.
Yeah, and that's outside of Africa. Look at this. So look.
Look like a brother from the hood. The other guy with the blonde hair look like Dennis Rodman.
May I contribute now, or y'all gonna?
But that's the point, though, Juju.
Yeah,
there you go.
If you didn't know, people from Papua New Guinea actually attended many of the African Union conferences.
So what?
Yes, and that's because
of blackness and because
of colonialism.
How that affects you in the world.
Because of colonialism, that's the
bro.
point.
That doesn't matter to the conversation of using
it
black.
Does.
We can't use it now.
No, it don't. So y'all see this picture right here? Are these Africans right here? Yes or no?
Absolutely not.
No.
Right. They not African. Joe.
But they look like it. If we
Yes,
didn't
but
see
they're
the
not
term,
And
that's why
they're
you
not.
got to make it
what's
large. You
the
can't
point of
do
that,
the
though?
talent there, Bobby.
What's the
You know
point
what
of
I'm saying?
that,
You got to
though?
push the
It's
square.
just crazy
Yeah.
talk.
Because these
That's
people
too
are hold on. Because these
What's the
people,
point of that?
the point of it is these people are important. They have the right to name themselves without colonialism. They got a right to wear their afros. They got a right to celebrate who they are, yo. They don't
Absolutely.
need fucking African Americans who was enslaved to tell them who the hell they is, yo.
And
Right.
who's doing that?
You.
I'm gonna tell
I'm
you.
not doing that. Where you see me doing
I
that?
got a screen.
I want to do it the way you do it now. That's how you do me. I'm
Let me
sitting
tell
here
you
Nah,
trying to
you
make
just
shit.
made that
Can I
up
do
on
it the
me
way you
live
do
on
it?
TV,
Bobby,
bro.
And now
let
I'm
me
making
tell
up
you.
live on TV.
Now,
So
I just
let me make
pointed
another
out that
point.
these people, for themselves, nobody forced them. They decided, right,
Oh wow.
to leverage their African ancestry, whether it's from 70,000,
They don't have
30,000,
no, they not.
15,000,
They
or
from they're
5,000
not
years
from
ago,
no, they don't
and
have that's not they don't
and go
directly come
to
from Africa,
and
bro.
go to the African Union.
They don't.
So that has nothing to do with me.
No,
That
hold
has
on.
nothing to do with me.
Wait a minute. They actually come from Eastern Europe, bro.
Wherever they come from.
Oh my God.
I'm just
Let me
saying
That wasn't my point.
Well,
I
that's
want to
my
make one more
point.
point in real
The
time.
point is blackness. Let's not get sidetracked.
What is blackness, yo? Prior to
So hold on.
colonialism,
So you
though?
saying they didn't come from Africa? They didn't
Nah,
come out of Africa?
nah, they didn't directly come from Africa. They come out of Asia.
Not directly, but from
Asia.
Asia.
Their ancestry come from Eastern Asia.
Out of, yeah,
Well,
but
some of those people have called themselves, have referred to themselves as African diasporas. So
Okay, that's
that's
fine.
on
You can
them
call
if
you
they
people
got
call
that right. If
themselves
they got that wrong.
people call themselves Hebrews. They
That's
got
not
that
the
wrong,
point.
bro.
That's not the point.
That
The point
probably is
is
the
the
point.
point is the principle of blackness in
Okay.
action.
That's fine. Are you think? Hold on, bro. Let's get this straight
hold on.
right here. Hold on, yo. Let's get this straight right here, yo. I say black African power, yo.
Yeah, and then you said West Africans ain't black.
Because they not. Let's ask a West African who they are. Ain't that
Listen,
better?
I
Hold
think
on, listen
we
to
have
it.
a
Listen.
misconception on
No, we
what
don't. No,
identity
Stop
is
moving the
supposed to be.
goalposts.
Human beings
Anyway.
are not just one thing.
Anyway, man. Listen, bro.
Y'all concerned
You will
about the
never be able
identity
to
of
force
people
that
a
on
million
human
miles
beings
away that y'all ain't never gonna
anyway.
meet, yo.
Yeah.
Just
Go ahead.
real quickly, right? I
Now,
How
just
do you
want
know
to
you're not gonna
point
meet
out.
somebody from
now
either
let him
any
talk.
of them
Let him talk.
countries
I
though?
just want to quickly point out, right? Notice how short circuited that they became when you ask them why all of this. What is it all for,
You
right?
never
See, I
got the
think
answer.
He
I
hasn't
think
even
that
asked
they
that
don't.
question.
I
Don't let him
think that
frame
they don't
the conversation
mind
like that.
contradicting science for whatever reason.
He hasn't even
But
asked
when
that
you
question.
point out to them how they contradict their own agenda as far as trying to create a better black community, I think that's where you really got them because they don't know. There's no scripted answer
Ask
for
you.
it. They don't.
Ask you that question right now. Go ahead. What's the question you
Okay.
want to ask you? He got hot.
Okay. So Zoo, you think the ancient Egyptians are black people, right?
Yeah.
You are absolutely in favor of trying to further the condition of the African American community.
Yeah.
Right. Where do the two cross paths? How does making the ancient Egyptians black
I would
further your agenda of making a better African American community?
okay. I will first say, where are they antithetical? Where does
Huh?
hold
What?
on?
Antithetical.
Where does the Egyptians being black? Where does the Egyptians being black intersect with the demise of African American people? In other
That ain't-
words, what is your problem with African American
Oh
people?
man, so you ain't gonna answer the question, yo?
Let
We
me
doing this
continue.
See? Short
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
but
circuiting, yo.
because
Talking about
it's
Judo.
kind of dumb
Short
question.
circuit.
No, that's the pseudo judo. Y'all always want to answer a question with a question. Just
I'm not
answer
even
it.
done talking. Damn.
No, but he asked you a
Y'all was
question.
ready to
You
throw
ask
niggas in the
another
back chat for
question.
We not willing to do that, bro.
Weird.
Ask me a question of why I don't say it. I can give you a clear answer
I'm
and
giving you an
concise.
answer right now.
Okay, you know you switched to
Antithetical.
say.
Now look that word up.
Yeah, I got look. I think you misused that. What's the word you used, though?
Listen,
Because I couldn't.
I think he was trying to say
I
analytical.
said I would first
No,
ask you logic,
antithetical.
which means that there are other things that I would
Right.
say. Firstly,
Why
I
would
would
you use
ask
that?
you, what is your problem with people studying ancient Egypt? Secondly,
I don't have a problem. I don't
But
have no
nobody asked that
problem.
question.
he just said him frame. Y'all don't even realize that him framing a question like that admits to him having an issue with.
How about you just?
I didn't say I had an issue with it. I'm asking you where do the two intersect? Are these two different interests, or are you actually saying that if by making the Egyptians black in academia furthers your agenda to making a better African American community?
You didn't even say in academia at first.
Man, just period. How does that help us? Whatever the
They
hell.
already are. They already are. Scientific inquiry doesn't happen just off of fancy. People are talking about facts. You have to characterize people who y'all call Afrocentric.
No, they already are what? What are you talking? What are they? What are they already doing?
Black.
They already are black.
Let's start over again, yo. Don't let him. No, he's pseudo judo. Ask the question again. Make it real simple, yo. I'm gonna make it simple, yo.
Hey, listen.
Hold on, yo. Making the Egyptians black. How does it help your black ass in America? I'm gonna give it to him like that.
Black.
There you go.
No. Answer the question, bro. Listen, bro.
Afrocentric scholars.
Listen, bro.
Make up argument. Afrocentric scholars.
This is why we can't have AZ. This is why we can't do it, Z. AZ, this is why we can't do it. You get it, right? It's incoherent.
I can't get around what I'm saying. That's
I can't get around what you're saying because I'm asking a question and you're not answering it. That's all, bro.
What are you saying?
I thought you at least have the answer, yo.
I have that answer perfectly.
Look, Zoo. Look, in all honesty, yo.
Afraid of it, though. Hold on, Logic.
Of course, he gotta be afraid of it because he can't answer it, bro.
Hey, Logic, when you say, yo, I dare you to do that, yo.
Listen,
I was like, come on, Logic. They're gonna answer that.
It's an illogical
I thought
question.
You would best be
illogical.
Okay, now it's an illogical question.
Logic. Obviously, from your stance. From your stance,
this is crazy. Yo.
Do you see any benefit in?
No, we're not answering. No questions from him until you answer the question.
That's the rule. Goddamn.
Hey,
do you see any benefit?
Hey, Zoo, I promise you.
American people.
Hey, Zoo, I promise you. We're not answering any of your questions until you answer that question, bro. So you can just figure it out in your head. We're not answering anything you say until you give us a damn answer. Simple. So we're gonna play this game all the way out, bro. Because that was a great question.
I peeped the play.
Yeah, that's the play. Answer the question. Because you can say, why don't you want to call the Egyptians black? And I would say
that would be
one, I don't call them black because they never called themselves black. 1, 2, the whole black thing and black power thing came through the fight of colonialism and enslavement and taking away of our civil rights. So that's an African American thing that spread around the world. The shit was great. Right? You fight against something. I'm talking right now. I'm talking right now, Zoo. Hey, Zoo, I said, if you ask me that question, I can answer it. I'm going to ask myself the question, why the fuck do you say the West Africans ain't black? I said, because they wasn't black until the goddamn Portuguese came in and called them fucking Negroes. Prior to that, they was indigenous people enjoying their environment, making scientific innovations and reaching golden ages. So I'm not going to put colonialism and slavery on them. Now, why do you call yourself black, And why do you say black African power? Because I'm fucking black and proud. I love my blackness based off of fighting people who was acting like the color of my skin made me subhuman. It's unscientifically correct. So for political reasons, to connect me so y'all niggas never forget that I'm aware of the goddamn slave trade. I say black power because I'm aware of the Black Panther Party, because I'm aware of the NOI. I'm aware of all of that. Now, see how I answer the question, bro? Now you answer the question. So making Egyptians black, how does that help the struggle in America?
That's a dumb question. I'm gonna say it again. to keep it going before y'all cut me off.
Your brain short circuit, yo.
Because it's out of context. Who asked making any civilization black in terms of the betterness of a political situation?
How does making any civilization black help you, yo?
May inspire you.
Okay, bro. Okay. So you're saying it inspires you?
That.
I can work with that, Zizu.
Y'all never let me finish. Y'all over here playing pump fake.
You said it was a dumb question, yo.
I think that was a dumb answer, but we'll get to that later. You know what I'm saying? At least you answered it.
Inspires you to do what, yo?
Yeah, what you inspired to do now?
Paint the whole
build a damn pyramid in America.
Who did that?
I'm just asking you. So now that you're inspired.
Oh, that was funny, yo. That was
now that you're inspired.
In real life, can you name?
All right, we're gonna move. Go ahead, Newbie Muhammad. Hold on. Go ahead.
No.
Listen. This
You
Chef
just
Fennell getting
that's
here.
just
He got
rhetoric.
it.
He had his hand up for a long
I
Go
see.
ahead,
time.
Chef
That's
Fennell.
just
Go ahead.
rhetoric. I can name
Come on,
people though
have
that are
some
doing
control,
things.
Zoo. Come on, you gotta wait your turn.
I was talking with
We done with
the
you
logic.
talking. Go ahead, Chefrin.
Yeah, go ahead.
Y'all
This Chef
over
and
here
go.
doing the most, man.
We chilling. We ain't kick you off the panel. You good. I like you. I ain't mad at you. He said it inspires us to do what though? Throw the fist up in the air and then go work and get a
And
check.
see, that's the problem with PK. That's the problem with PK.
Oh my
PK sees no
God.
benefit.
Yeah.
PK
You might
sees
be
no
right, yo.
benefit.
AZ,
PK sees no benefit in being
you might
inspired
be
by
right.
black
AZ,
civilization.
AZ, you might be
PK
right.
sees no benefit in being in relating with other African civilizations, right? And PK doesn't care that other Afrocentric scholars who are well
Nah, you might be
credentialed
right, yo.
have these same arguments.
Mm-hmm.
That's not true. Anyway,
That's not
AZ,
true.
don't say that. AZ, listen.
The fuck?
Hey, bro, you know what's funny, yo?
What's
Why
up?
y'all let logic get you like that? You know what's funny?
You care about what
Dude,
that
the whole 70s was black fists, right? And a quiet Christian not holding a fist up, not doing none of that shit, changed the whole landscape on niggas. He ain't say black power. He ain't say none of that. He ain't pick up the guns. He say, yo, peace. He say, let's march. Let me finish. I just want to finish my point. He say, let's march. And it seems that didn't take away from his Africanness or blackness. He just shut the fuck up and challenged them at the highest court. And of course, Martin Luther King, read some of his memoirs. Of course, he understood the
But that
black
man
struggle.
didn't live in a
Let me,
vacuum.
just
That
let me
man
finish,
lived in a
bro.
whole movement.
Let me finish, yo. He said what? He did what?
That man lived in a whole era where other people were.
No, listen,
You
yo,
don't even know how
what?
to say it right, yo.
Listen, Martin Luther
Get outta
King,
here.
you ain't he ain't hold the fists up, yo.
You ain't know
He ain't say the white man was the devil, yo. He picked it up. He say peace. He say peace. He say peace. Don't fight him back. We gonna beat him with the brain. That's what he did, yo. So you had people inspiring us, right? With the blackness. I agree. Hold on. Yo, we was definitely inspired. We was galvanized. I agree. I'm trying to tell you, yo, the war is over with, nigga. We did it. Now we gotta take advantage of it. Listen to me. Hold on. Just catch it. I'm saying, yo, the days of howling and screaming black power down the street is over with, because now we can get into the court system.
Nobody's
actually change.
for that.
Why you got to talk?
Nobody is
See,
why?
the short circuited,
Let
man.
me say it again. Let me say it again, bro.
Nobody
I'm saying
short
there was
circuited.
definitely
You
serious.
need to quote
Zoo,
me
can I-
saying
Zoo,
that
can
we
I
need to
finish?
march outside
Zoo,
screaming.
Come
black
on,
power.
Zoo, man. Chill out,
Zoo,
yo.
let
We
me
getting
finish, bro.
somewhere,
Chill
man.
out.
You
Stop
tripping right
interjecting
now.
with all that bullshit then.
Oh, Zoo get mad. I didn't know
Yeah,
this
you
was the
getting mad,
point.
yo. We just trying to get our points out.
I want to get my point across, Zoo. I'm saying,
I'm not gonna
it
call
was
him out, but
definitely.
y'all gonna call me out.
No, we're not calling
Hey,
nobody
bro,
out.
you
I
got
just want to say,
kids, man.
Zoo, I'm just saying, yo, that you're crazy if it wasn't important for us to hold that fist up in the air. You're crazy if you think anybody in PK think it wasn't important for the Black Panther Party to march their wild ass up into the Supreme Court with the goddamn rifles up, yo. You tripping if you don't think it wasn't important for them freedom fighters all around the world to get behind us, bro. You're crazy. We not thinking that. That's not what we saying. We saying that same shit right now gets you nowhere, because the day Martin Luther King and those Thurgood Marshall and them, watch this, I always talk about this, the day they got the laws changed, all that other shit was obsolete. It was like the days of wooden ships. The day that steel hull got placed in the water, the goddamn wooden ships was over with. Now they was sailing, but slowly but surely them steel ships was coming, and before you know it, they was extinct. I'm saying that howling, screaming black power running around this motherfucker talking about Dr. Sabi is the doctor and acting all that shit.
No.
I'm saying that shit is obsolete, bro. And I'm saying that shit is not effective. Hold on. It's not effective. How do we know it's not effective?
Nobody is saying
yo,
that.
I want to finish. I just want to finish, bro. I'm saying, how do we know it's not effective? Because this shit did nothing but get us happy. But the guy who was peace, and y'all call him Uncle Tom, actually got us having an ability to be on YouTube and not get strung up.
Martin
at least that much.
It wasn't for having Malcolm on the other side of things.
No, nope, you made that up. Nope. I'm saying they both were not in disagreement of each other. Let's get this straight. But I want to finish. I want to say. I want to say they wasn't. I'm saying they
Neither of them
had
existed in a
different
vacuum,
modes
is
of
what I'm
fighting.
saying.
They had different
You
modes of
wouldn't have
fighting.
had a Martin.
Martin
if
said,
it
"Yo,
wasn't
I'm gonna do."
for-
Yes, you would have had Martin Luther King without no damn Malcolm X. Yo, stop it. Just like you Malcolm X don't need Martin to be him. That's crazy. I'm just saying we can sit back now. Look, we can all do this, yo. Look, we can play Monday morning. We can do this and say, "Dang, we know who pushed this shit all the way for real." That's it. But he the Uncle Tom nigga, yo. Martin Luther King, uncle, y'all would have been out there.
To who?
I ain't never heard you say it, Zoo, but that is the theme of the conscious community, bro.
Yeah, don't you told me not to put shit on you, so you know.
All right. Big up to Jabari. Jabari, you out there scamming, Jabari, just for the record. I just wanted to say that. You my brother, though. You my brother, yo. The way you tweet that yesterday, that was funny, Jabari. You gotta stop.
Can we finally get Chef up in here, man? I want to hear what Chef got to say, yo.
You want to say, Chef? But big up to Jabari, though. I'm always giving a big up, even though he's scamming. What's up, brother Lau? I see you. I see you, brother Lau.
Oh, Jabari in here?
Yeah, he there. Just he ran through real quick.
Big up Jabari to him, Netcha.
You're talking, mama.
Jabari a pseudo, bro. He a pseudo, bro.
Look, here you go. Look, Jabari said the mummy said your ancestors have disavowed you.
That dude funny, man. I like it. Jabari got jokes. I like it.
Appreciate you stopping by, though, Jabari.
He said, "Don't be getting Martin Luther King wrong. He died in '68, and you was talking about the '70s. That's he always got to correct you."
What?
Yeah. For the record, Jabari, I agree with your agenda. I'm not so fond of your method. But I do agree that we should further the black people for sure.
I think we all think that on the PK. I didn't know we were saying anything.
No, we do. I mean, look, I say we, but yeah, I agree with y'all, man. I mean, we absolutely all feel like we got to further the agenda of the black people. But at the same time, it's the method, right? Of making the Egyptians black. How does that contribute to it, right? If that's what we so-called talking about.
Prefaces their
Africanism
are black,
Africanism. I'm so confused.
Could you cite someone that
go ahead? Go ahead, Chef. I've been trying to get you in for like an hour. Chef, what's up?
You better talk over that nigga because he not finna
he keep going. You keep going. Go ahead. Let's get some order. Go ahead.
Just mute him, man.
Yeah, so for me, I think all y'all already have the answer to the question. I think it was a rhetoric question? Where, because at one time all of us believed that the Egyptians was black, so we thought that it was going to do something for us. So where they at, you already been at. You dig what I'm saying? So you guys, he can't really answer it because he didn't fully think it through. You dig what I'm saying? The same way we was when we was at that stage.
It's an incomplete thought. Yeah.
Thought through. You dig what I'm saying? Yeah. But one thing that he said that I agree with, he said it gives inspiration, right?
Right.
We thought that being connected to a great civilization, right? African civilization, it would give us inspiration to do better because we was always taught, right? Or the perception was that we had no great accomplishments,
Absolutely.
Right? So attaching ourselves to a great civilization like Egypt, we know what you dig what I'm saying? That's why I always say, you the perfect person for this conversation because you've been on
both
every
sides.
side of it, and it's confusing when they act like you don't get it, and you feed into that shit like you don't get. You give them ammo, right? Like with certain hot button topics and stuff that you use, you make them feel like you don't get it. And that's
in my defense, though, Chef, not to cut you off.
You're cutting in the conversation right now. You jumping lines and all that, yo. We ain't doing that.
So they more frustrated with you, right? Because they look at you like, bro, you the man. You on Raw Squad. Like, how you not saying what we saying no more? So that's why you get so much.
Because listen,
pushback.
You know why? You know what you just said? Go ahead.
You get more pushback than all of the PK. The PK, when y'all talking, that shit go off everybody's shoulders. It's like ping, ping, ping. You know what I mean? But when said, the community gets upset because they feel like, bro, how you don't know? You dig what I'm saying? And
Run
you
it
don't
back,
do a
yo.
good job conveying that, yo, we all been through that stage. You dig what I'm saying? And you say it, but it don't resonate right. You know, you
I
gotta
agree with
figure
that.
out how to bridge
Hold
that.
on.
But you
Let's say this.
created
Let's
that.
do. Hold on. You got a chef. Let me say this. Do you know what you just said, yo? You said we was coming out of a period. Watch this. Let's keep everything framed in proper time and perspective. I think this is important. They always run through chronology. There absolutely was a time when the African slave thought he didn't have no motherfucking history. I agree. There was absolutely a time, right, where Egyptologists said there was an invading race theory and white people and the black nigga, all kind of crazy shit the black Caucasian did to Egypt. I absolutely agree that it was a time period where they said that, you know, to face off your black skin, you are subhuman. I agree. But I'm here to let you know that in 2024, if you told my sons and daughters that shit, they would laugh at you and say you're a clown. I'm saying we're not in that same space. So why are we throwing the same blows?
Right,
Anybody take them 2 minutes can look up and see that the origin of civilization and humanity is in Africa. So to fight that way is ridiculous, and they keep you in a perpetual foolery because the world has moved forward. So much so that I can take my babies and my kids, yo, into a museum, and they say Egypt is an indigenous African civilization, yo.
I would just like to say,
No, you
if I,
cut me off right
I'm
now,
not
yo.
cutting you
You ain't
off.
even, but
I'm
you're
just
not
asking if
next
I
though.
speak, bro.
But you're
Damn.
not next. But you're not next. You're not the most important person on the panel. Everybody is. Everybody carry the same weight. So let me let Amir on. What's going on, brother?
What's up, my bro? How you doing?
I'm here, bro.
Yeah. This is a powerful topic. How y'all doing? Peace to the panel.
Good, bro.
Um,
Man, what
Hi,
up?
Amir.
hey, Jamwiti, how y'all doing? Alhamdulillah.
I'm
Salam
a Raw
alaikum.
Squad original.
I'm a
What's up,
rock
yo?
squad up. 2.0. What's
Yeah,
good? But yo,
2.0.
2.0.
I was just gonna say, what you said makes sense. We live in a new time, man. It's 2024. Most things will be laughed at in today's time. The achievements that African Americans has done in this country within the last 400 years since we've been here, in the inception of America, this portion of America that we know, Black Americans have did more things than what an ancient Egyptian can do. So ancient Egypt really don't matter at this time. But to get on the topic of Black, um, when you were described as Black by other people, it meant nothing in the sense of, like, for example, when Arabs came in 641 AD or 640 AD, it was obvious that the people in Sudan looked distinct from the people in Misr or Egypt. So they called them Black. When the Portuguese came in the mid 1500s, right, after 1492, in the mid 1500s, they classified or labeled those people Negro, which was a descriptive term they already had in that portion of the world to describe what's Black. But when you got taken out of those portions of West and Central Africa and brought in the New World, and you were a minority, and they looked at you as being Negro, nigger, Black, nigger, Negro, Black means the same thing. It's all the same, right? But because you were demonized for what you look like, opposed to the majority that was non-Black, which is white, and we had to turn a negative to a positive, as we did in the 70s and in the late 60s. We created the Black Power movement. We made what was classified as negative against the obvious that was opposite of us. We made it something different. So the African American, the idea of Black is something different than the idea of Black to people on the continent. In Nigeria and Senegal or whatever, those people are obviously Black. So it really don't mean shit and hold no weight until they get outside of those countries. When they go to the UK, it means something. And then you can see a few of them saying, I'm Black, I'm Black. Or people in the Caribbean, when they go to the UK, they say they're Black when they're opposed to other people that's non-Black. But when they're in those countries, that shit don't mean nothing. Like when you Wolof, you Wolof. When you
May I
Fulani, you
respond
Fulani.
to that?
Let me just say what I'm saying. When you Mandinka, you Mandinka. They're obviously what they are. Now, if we go back to ancient Egypt, none of that shit meant shit because it wasn't important. When the Egyptian seen a Nubian, they described or drew what they seen, but in the sense they wasn't demonized for what they look like when other people came in. You know what I'm saying? But the question is, that should be asked to even a lot of the Egyptologists or people that's into the field: are the modern populations or the people that live in those regions, do you feel that they are connected to the ancient populations? That's what that means, because that's what's blurring it out. Because when the Arabs came in 641 AD, the Egyptians was obviously they obviously didn't look like the people in Sudan. That's just a fact. So for them to label this portion of people south of Egypt, Bilal el Sudan, and classify Egypt as Misir, based off what they seen, it had to be a difference in phenotype for them to say that. You get what I'm trying to say? So the question should be to people. We don't even have to create the confusion because on Smash side, you know, they think that Brother Unc is saying something totally different, and they don't really understand. No. Like when you guys show Papua New Guinea people and the Adamese people, they're described as black based off other people, right? They don't call themselves that, but because they look a certain way opposed to other people, yes, they're bannered as black because they look a certain way. It's obvious when you look at an Adamese nigga and you look at a Taiwanese nigga, all in Asia. It's obvious that the Negrito looks different than the Taiwanese person or the Austronesian groups that came down from other people. So they, because they look different than the surrounding population, they're going to classify those people as Negrito or Negrito, little black people or dark people, even though they're genetically distinct by far than populations in West and Central Africa. But because they look a certain way, that's something totally different than the people that's surrounded around them that obviously don't look that way. So when it comes to Egypt, when those people came in, plenty of times, they look distinct from the people in Sudan, right? Or Bilal el Sudan. This is why it is what it is. You know what I'm saying? And even if it's like what Brother Unc said, regardless of what they look like, we know that ancient Egypt is an African civilization. It's part of classical African civilization. You don't have to be quote unquote black in morphology or phenotype to be an African or non-African. That's not important. You know what I'm saying? We just know that the people were Africans. You guys on the other side is fighting over what they look like. That shit don't mean nothing.
Nope. Yeah. Don't put me in that though.
I'm just saying. I mean, what's your argument then, bro? Are you arguing because that we?
I mean, y'all invited Egyptologists on your panel.
But Zoo, let me
damn, can I?
No, actually, he was still talking. Zoo,
I was still talking.
Oh,
let Amir finish.
You just cut me off. Zoo.
Y'all had an Egyptologist come here
listen.
and say the phenotypic change
just
occurred
talk
in
over
Northeast
him.
Africa.
Zoo, listen. You're
So,
arguing.
I
Let me ask you a
don't
question.
care.
Zoo, I'm gonna ask you a question. Are you arguing that the people in that portion of the world, in that portion of Africa, look obviously was classified as black? Is that your argument? Is that what you're saying? Because I mean, that's what I'm asking. This was the whole argument is about. Did they look a certain way, right?
Yes, for the most part. Yes, for the most part. But they did live on the zone of confluence.
And I'm here to tell you, they did not.
You can't tell me that, Gozi. You can't tell me that.
They did not, though. It's just what it is.
That's your opinion. That's your opinion.
Okay. Well, I'm just letting you know the
Egyptologists who you should take heed from mentioned that phenotypic change occurred in that region.
Most of the Egyptologists, like Miss Cooney, even when she talked about the people in Minion, if you see the people in Minion, those people do not look obviously.
And by the way, that has nothing to do with them being Africans or not.
Okay. When Miss Cooney talked about the people in Minion and the people of Luxor, she talked about them for a reason, and they look distinct from the populations that you descend from, brother. That's just what it is. They look distinct from the population that you descend from. And the thing is, most of them, if it's asked, most of them would say that the modern population.
You can't speak on you can't speak on the people that I descend from. Okay,
bro. What are you talking about?
What
are you talking about? You come from
you don't know everything, Gozi. You don't know everything, Gozi. You know a lot, and I respect you, brother. But you make a lot of categorical.
Zoo, listen. Zoo, I'm asking you a question. Zoo, let me ask you a question. You're from Liberia. You're from Liberia, right? You're from Liberia, right? Okay, you're from Senegal, right? Those people in Senegal. I don't know if you're Wolof. I don't know if you're Mandinka. I don't know if you're Puna. Okay, so what I'm trying to say is those people that you descend from are not the people that's in that portion of Africa.
No one ever argued that, brother. What I'm saying is that there are people more degree than you, and who get paid for this, and and have pointed out connections and contacts.
Bro,
and whether I like to acknowledge that or not is truly none of your business.
Most
you know
people,
what I'm saying? And you don't have any power in the world to affect what I do.
All that witty shit don't mean nothing to me. Listen,
none of that shit mean nothing to me, bro.
Bro, because you're an ignorant ass nigga, and I see your agenda. You niggas come in passive aggressive and talk stupid shit. Nigga, you a nigga. Your ass is Western Central African like every motherfucking body else. You ain't no fucking Egyptian, bro. Get the fuck out of here with that goofy shit, bro.
Okay.
Tired of these niggas, bro. These niggas is ignorant.
I know.
Soft hard ass niggas. Say what the fuck you mean and mean what you say, nigga. Get the fuck on, bro.
Okay, Amir. You know, we got you, but language.
Yo, you keep poking the bear. I'm just saying.
Uncle West.
He busy.
Okay. Uncle West there. Uncle West around.
Oh,
get him, Gozy. Shoot.
Okay, all right. So Uncle West is not here, okay? Because somebody is waiting on the invitation. I just wanted to formally let him know.
How y'all doing?
Who's that talking?
It's Gideon Block. How y'all doing?
Gideon.
No problem. I can post the invitation again, but I wanted
he wants to invite him. We've already posted.
Oh, Community of Skeptics is Unc.
No.
And he already invited you several times, Jabari. That's what I was trying to tell you in the chat.
Right.
Pseudo Killers is Unc, and he's inviting you. So that invitation has been made. And that's it. This is Community of Skeptics channel. This is not, you're not on the Pseudo Killers channel right now.
Right.
If there's any confusion with that. So just to make that clear. But I wanted to make a point. Zeus said something earlier. It's a long past. And when we showed the picture of, I think it was the Papua New Guinea or whatnot, and so if that picture had been shown without any reference, people would have quickly and clearly thought those people were black. And it's something the abos do all the time to be disingenuous. They'll take a picture of somebody who's just dark and try to play them as Indian. So it's important to know like where your sources are from. If you're showing, pictures of people in ancient times or, back in the 14 to 1600s for those pictures to clearly be labeled, because again, we don't know if that's, could be an indigenous American, an African, Papua New Guinea, an Australasian, like you wouldn't know unless you were to read the captions. That's why it's important, because how we say the majority of the population is around the same skin tone, from the lightest of browns to the darkest of browns. But usually we're pretty much, close in skin tone. So to go off by how someone looks is just fallacious. And most likely you'll get it wrong. That's just the point I want to make.
All right. We got what? What's up?
Jabari needs. He wants a special invite. If you can invite him to the panel officially, if you want.
He want a special invite.
Well, he said he's waiting on the host to invite him.
He's waiting on you, Bobby Banger.
Why is it always gotta be that though?
I don't know.
No, I ain't giving him that. I can't even give him that. I ain't
what? Come on, man.
I ain't trying to hear what y'all saying. I'm saying he hit that link.
We get an opportunity to be able to ask the man some genuine questions.
You need that opportunity. I dropped the link.
You right. Y'all got history I don't know about.
No,
man.
it's not that.
I would love to ask him some genuine questions.
Okay, so then you give him a special invite.
All right. He says he wasn't waiting on that, but he also stated that he's waiting on the host. So I don't know the difference between waiting on the host to give me an invite and asking for an invite. I don't understand the difference, but maybe somebody can explain the difference to me.
Maybe he can't get it. There go the link right there. Pop in. There go the link. Yeah, everybody.
I don't know what a special invite is, man, but I'd like to ask Jabari some genuine questions.
I know we're trying to. Jabari can get in here, man. Come on, man. Jabari know, he all part of this thing. Come
this an event right here. I get a chance to have a sincere conversation with Jabari, man. That's an event right there.
So y'all
I was in the building. Peace.
Let me play this clip, and then we can let Jabari go in. Let me play this clip. This is important clip right here. Play this clip. This was an important clip. Wujao played on his thing. I want to show you the thing in the context. Watch this.
A condition. And a people is not a condition. A people must have a name that relates them to land, history, and culture. And so therefore, the name of a people, if it's going to be authentic, cannot be black. That can refer to how the people look. The name of the people have to relate to the land of origin. Now, no one is having any difficulty saying Italian American, Greek American, French American. I don't think they should have any difficulty saying African American or Afro American, as the case may be. Now, these are people who are black in the main. But let's get something straight. All Africans are not black. The black is the prevailing color in Africa. There are Africans who have not been mixed with any white people at all, who are light brown. And they've always been that way. And they're just as African as the blackest of the Africans. So if we got hung up on a narrow definition like black without explaining that it has elasticity that extends beyond a person being jet black, then we get ourselves into another trap. We get out of one trap and get into two. So now let's qualify what we're talking about with black. But when we're speaking of a people on a world basis, then let's relate them to land, history, and culture, so we'll know what we're talking about. Until someone creates a nation called black, from which we emulate, black land, black area, or black borough, then I'm afraid that the word black is rather limited.
Right. I'd like to thank you very much. You've certainly.
Okay, y'all heard that. I want to speak on that clip, right? We got a special guest, Wu Ja, on the panel. And I want you to go ahead and speak to it. And then we got a first-time guest, Brother Jabari. So, Jabari, you are a guest, and you will be treated as such. You're just not going to be allowed to talk us to death, though. But you definitely going to be afforded, the opportunity as all guests. We'll go get your water for you out the refrigerator. We'll go get you something to eat if you want it. And we'll keep it respectful because you are a guest, bro. But go ahead, Wu Ja. What's up with you, man? Good to have you on, man. Always appreciate you. And going forward, this conversation gotta be high level now. Can't be playing. You ain't cussing nobody out. We got special guests in here. Use your words.
Hey, peace to the panel. Hopefully everybody's enjoying their Memorial Day weekend. Don't eat too much and all that good stuff. Be safe. Yeah, I'm glad you played that clip because I've been playing that clip for the past 2 years now, trying to get it saturated and advocate what Dr. Clark advocates, which is now you didn't play the whole thing, but he further along he goes on to say that people identifying as black may have been necessary so that we could saturate ourselves in black, but he said that he hopes bathe ourselves in black, but he said he hopes the bath will be over with and people can move on to more important things. And if you listen to the context of everything he was saying, it's on point. So that particular clip is a reminder I think everybody should have that identity is a complex thing. And I think people, by having this conversation about blackness, has forgotten that and narrowing it down and making it into something very, very simple and too shallow. That's what Dr. Clark was just saying. It's too limited. It's too shallow. And this whole thing about making everybody black, the ancient Egyptians black, on top of what Dr. Clark is saying, is anachronistic from the start, which is a fallacy. I mean, you cannot retrofit a modern social construct backwards in history. The modern social construct of race emerged after the 16th century or wherever the case is of this racial class system. And people can't forget that is a class system. It is not an identity. What makes a people is not their skin color, and it's not their genetics either. Mm-hmm. So bringing up genetics in the conversation dealing with identity is also limiting, and people have to be careful of that as well. So I maintain, and I've been advocating for a very long time, that the entire conversation about whether the Egyptians are black or white or purple or brown is retarded due to all of the above that I just said. And I could say a whole lot more, but I don't want to hog the mic. So to me, I think this is an entire waste of time, moving forward. And we could get into much more important things, as Dr. Clark said, even in the study of ancient Egypt. People are so focused on the skin color, they're not even getting into the genius of the minds of the ancient Egyptians or what they did and the culture itself. Everybody's worried about what they called themselves or what we would call them today, as if it applies. And so a lot of things are being missed. People are stunting the growth of knowledge when it comes to ancient civilizations, and especially ancient Egypt. So I'll just stop right there.
Okay. What's up, Ken? How you doing, brother? What's on your mind, man? Boy, Pseudo Killer Fisher. What's good?
What up, Kent?
What's happening, man? Yeah, I like that title, man, because we was asking what does the Egyptians being black or being being black do to empower Africans, and it don't do nothing. It doesn't do anything. You know what I mean? And I'm surprised at the people that's trying to make it something and like using this to scam the people, yo. Like, why would they do that? You know what I mean? If we trying to build a better, I don't know, like we trying to build a better future for our children, right? And we trying to work together as a people and have a better future just overall. Like, what does the Egyptians being black have to do with anything? Like, why do we have to lie about that?
It's a good point. Okay. Jabari, how you doing, brother, man? Welcome on the Community of Skeptics,
good,
man.
brother.
Appreciate you coming through, brother. First time on here, man. Appreciate you, bro. We get out back and forth, but yeah, you definitely a guest. What's on your mind, brother? Talk to us, man.
Well, first of all, let me just clarify. I wasn't saying I needed a special invitation. What I was saying is that my goal wasn't to jump on here and interrupt the conversation. I was listening and typing like everybody else. That's what I was saying.
Oh, you good.
So I don't need a special invitation. What I needed is for someone like yourself saying, it's okay if he wants to get on, he can. And then I would come in. That's what I was saying.
I said it. I did that.
Yeah, you did, and that's why I came in, and I appreciate it. So that's what was happening. I want to say that I think that the way that we've distilled the conversation around blackness is not the way that people who are disagreeing with you and others are phrasing this. I think that what we've seen here is that some folks have tried to oversimplify the argument to make what other people who are disagreeing with you sound ridiculous. For an extremely long period of time, for decades, for centuries, people of European descent have said that the descendants of Africa and Africans themselves have contributed nothing to history, are not human, and are therefore the children of human civilization, and therefore they are able to be treated as such. That's where this conversation begins. And so in that sense, they weren't really talking about blackness in that sense. Blackness in that sense was commingled with the concept of the African. That's really what was happening. So I'm not saying that the term black is better than African or the term African is better than black. I think that the term black does have some shortcomings. I do believe that, as I said yesterday on Sonnetter. I prefer to be called an African, but I understand when people call themselves black. And so that's part of what we're doing here. So the general question that I heard when I came in, just to make it short, was what is the benefit of saying that the ancient Kemetic people, the ancient Egyptian people were black? And first of all, I want to say we're not creating them as black. They were black. So this is not we're not going through history with a marker and coloring over people. What is the importance of clarifying who they were? Because we are pushing back against the narrative that people like us have meant nothing to human history, and by extension, mean nothing to human history, have no place in human civilization currently. In actuality, if we are able to determine that it is Africans that gave civilization largely to the world, what we're actually saying is that those people who have been the most benighted, those people who have been the most mistreated in recent history are actually those people who are capable of wielding the implements of state, capable of having deep thought and intellectual discourse. That's what we're actually saying. And so this is a really important point, I believe. We have to be able to see ourselves to understand what we're capable of. I remember being a young child, a young student, and some of you have had this experience as well. When I excelled in school, my Black peers said that I was acting white because they could not understand that someone could excel and be like them. This conversation is important. And I think that by us now deciding that it's irrelevant to describe what Africans did and what Black people have done, I think that in some ways what we are doing is we, without even realizing it, are doing the work of our enemies. We're very comfortable saying, even in this time, Ankh, we're in a situation where a president is saying that white people are being very badly treated. I mean, this is naked racism that we're facing. No longer are we dealing in subtleties and code words. This is a war. And I think that we need to understand that we're in a war, understand who our allies should be, and hopefully organize around those principles. When you yell Black African power, that's what you're trying to do. I agree with you when you do that. I'm not sure how we got so muddled and confused that we're arguing over things we ought not argue about. So that's where I am, and I'll close there.
Please let me get in a few words, or
Hey,
just
look.
a few words here.
Hold on,
I
Ken.
don't think he.
Ankh is the host, y'all.
Hold on, man. Y'all chomping at the bench for no reason. Watch this. So actually, I use Black African power for political reasons. When I'm talking about anthropology and digging up the history of indigenous African people, I do not use the racialized terms because I feel like it muddies the waters and it confuses everything. So those indigenous people never refer to themselves as Black. Matter of fact, Black meant something totally different to them. The colors was different to them. So I think that's more important because if we're actually digging up the truth, then let's get the data, let's get the variables, and let's put it in proper perspective. So you made a mistake there. John Henry Clark told you that there's no one way to be African. They range in skin color. So Black, right, or light skin, you know what I'm saying? He said there's a range, and then you put yourself in another situation. So I clearly heard what he was saying. So at no point am I saying they're not indigenous Africans. What I'm basically saying is, and you can understand this, that the struggle to get colonialism out of our mind is real. And I'm saying as long as we keep putting the title that was given to us by colonialism on an ancient people, that's even wilder. I'm saying we're a self-defining people. We have a right to choose the color Black, right, for who we are in America. And I think we do that well. But to place that on indigenous people to lie and say that they called themselves Black, that they had the fists up and all that, I think that to be very ridiculous, and it causes misunderstanding of those indigenous people that would have not known the yoke of colonialism. You wanted to say something, Elijah, and then Ken?
But first of all, it's actually good to have a conversation with you, Jabari. I kind of been looking forward to this for a minute. I'm happy that it has finally came to an opportunity, right? So like I actually appreciate, right, some of your vigor, right, as far as your enthusiasm to try to create a better environment for African Americans here in America. I think that's actually really important. But I know when you look up the word activist, right, you get a person who campaigns to bring about political or social change, right? So when you call yourself an activist, I think it becomes a very fair question for me to ask you, what kind of social change would you be looking for by making the ancient Egyptians Black, right? Now quickly table that. We'll come back to it. I do want you to answer that question. But I think that we are in an environment today, right? Because of actually our history as African Americans, where we are fighting a battle on a much different front, right? And I'm gonna quickly just say these two things so you can be able to answer my question. So we actually just experienced in Louisiana, where I'm from, right? A friend of mine who's a lot more socially, not as socially, but more politically aware than I am, where you have a community that actually call themselves seceding from the black community in Baton Rouge, right? I'm not sure if you're aware of this, but that the implications of that have very strong ties to some economic disparity versus how much tax dollars one community will be able to get and spread among their community, their education, and another, right? So basically, now you created this huge disparity as far as where the resources will actually go between this new city of St. George where they actually created, right? And they basically made it predominantly white. I think it's some crazy number like over 90%. And then they separate themselves from the black people where they're going to be over 90%, low income people, high crime area. They decided to take their tax dollars and create another city.
Yeah.
So we're talking about I would in some ways agree that there's still a fight going on. I wouldn't necessarily call it a war, because when you're talking about a war, I would think you're talking about more of a military struggle, and we're not in any type of position to fight back militarily. But I think that fight is actually happening on a different front. And the second thing I wanted to say, right, is so when you can pull up articles, right? You actually mentioned that there was a fight in academia, right? That to try to make an attempt to say that Africans had no contribution to society, to civilization, that they weren't able to govern themselves and be able to make these great things happen, right? And then so once academia begin to agree that this is an African civilization, they are now having to acknowledge that Africans are able to make this contribution for themselves, right? But academia has done that. Black African scholars or Afrocentrists haven't done that. Academia is the one who is now coming into the fold of admitting that no, these are indigenous African people who are able to make this great civilization. So when you fight that fight in that way, right? And when you claim that this is a part of your activism, right? If this is a part of you being able to make social change by you now trying to maybe skew or change what academia is saying and be even more specific by saying, oh no, these people were actually black, rather than just being able to be I guess relieved that they're now acknowledging that Africans are able to govern themselves and make these great civilizations. I think that you are moving the mark, right? That will never allow us to be able to bridge the gap of solving our modern social issues, such as learning the implications of one large money community seceding, in their own words, from another impoverished community, which is mainly black. See, that is a fight that we need to fight, right?
All
If
right,
there
freeze
is
right
such
there,
a
freeze right there,
war to
freeze
be able
right
to be
there,
going on.
freeze right there. Yeah, because if Jabari come back, Jabari and
He
Wu
about to
Jai,
drag a book.
they got a lot.
What say you want to debate
I don't forget. Hey,
Jabari?
look, I don't
God,
forgot. I don't forgot my
You
question.
want to debate Jabari? That's
You
what
got,
it
you
Hey,
got,
look, I don't forgot my question.
can I just say this really quickly before
Yeah,
the
watch
next
your
Oh, it's
back,
my turn,
Jabari. Watch
Tip.
your
It's my
back.
turn, Tip.
let me just say this really quickly.
It's
So
his turn and then it's Sosa, and
when
then
you're
back to Wu
giving
John Jabari.
right, when you're giving feedback, please have an internal clock, right? Because there's other people who want to speak, and when we go on too long, gets a bit monotonous. So let's be mindful of our internal clock.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Not unless
I
you Wu
apologize
John
for that.
Jabari. They know how to
So
go
I was
long.
making the Egyptians black, helping us
He
do
been
all
wait.
that.
He been waiting on this. He been waiting on this his whole life.
We
Black.
didn't
You
forgot
gotta
what the
give.
question was. It started off good. It was a good one. I got lost.
Yeah. How is the Bitterman and making the Egyptians black helping our social, helping your activism? How does that make a
Cool.
contribution to it?
Can I respond or?
Hey, look.
Yes, you
Hold
can.
on. Hold on. Mine gonna be short, so he could probably get both of ours in at the same time, yo. I just want to say this right here, right? We very clearly heard Henrik Clark say that race started with racism, and I think we've been talking about that at the same time too. And so if racism started way after the Egyptian civilization, how then are the Egyptians calling themselves black? And I yield the floor.
Oh, you asked the questions. All right.
Can I respond?
Yeah, and then Sosa dive in, and then we'll jump.
I'll try to be brief. I want to read a quick quote from my book, En route to answering the question. This is from Nanakwa David Whitaker. He's actually a chief that I work with in Ghana. This is his quote. He says, "What you do for yourself depends on what you think of yourself. What you think of yourself depends on what you know of yourself. And what you know of yourself depends on what you have been told." I think that quote hopefully gives the context for understanding how the history of African people, the history of Black people, connects to the way we view ourselves in the present. And that's really, while saying that it is important for us to recognize the ancient Kemetic people as Black, I'm not saying that doing that, if all of us understood that, and in fact, if there was a society that agreed with it, that all of a sudden all of our challenges would be ended. I'm not saying that at all. And I have been an activist in my community. I have been struggling in my community for decades. And the chief mechanism of my struggle has not been to tell people that the ancient Kemetic people were Black. It isn't. So I don't want us to oversimplify that. But it is important for us to recognize that when people think of themselves and recognize that they actually come from lineages that are much broader and have given much more to the world, that in fact excellence in mathematics and science and medicine and all of the deeper thoughts are not things that are beyond people of African descent, then they feel motivated to do something else. If you look in the mirror to find your heroes and you can't see yourself, it affects the way that you behave in the current day. By the way, let's also recognize something. Billions of dollars are made every year for people who want to go see history. So let's even be tangible for a second. Do you know that the Asian market in modern day Egypt is the largest tourism market? Did you know that? Do you know how many billions of dollars are transmitted between people because of their quote unquote claim on ancient Egyptian society? There are many different levels to this that we must understand. And before I end, I'm going to end here, I want to just read, you mentioned academia. As someone who has spent a considerable amount of time in academia, I still hear people say that Africa has done little or nothing. And I certainly heard it as a young student. Here goes one of the most recognized. In fact, many people would believe he is one of the founders of the entire field of European philosophy. William Hegel, George Wilhelm Hegel. This is what he says. He says, at this point, we leave Africa not to mention it again, for it is no historical part of the world. It has no movement or development to exhibit. Historical movements in it, that is in its northern part, belong to the Asiatic or European world. You know what he's saying here. You know what he's saying here. Carthage displayed there an important transitionary phase of civilization, but as a Phoenician colony, it belongs to Asia. Egypt will be considered in reference to the passage of the human mind from its eastern to western phase, but it does not belong to the African spirit. What we properly understand by Africa is the unhistorical, undeveloped spirit still involved in the conditions of mere nature. In other words, he's saying closer to the animal world, and which had to be presented here only on the threshold of the world's history. I want us to be clear that the argument around who the ancient Kemetic, perhaps one of the most influential nations in the world, is not one that is just a dally, something that is irrelevant. If it were irrelevant, then why have Europeans spent so much time telling us something that isn't true? Because they recognize if they posit themselves as the leaders of all of human civilization, then it makes sense that they control all of humanity in the current day. We have work to do. We can no longer believe this kind of propaganda. That in actuality, the people of color, quote unquote, of the world are children, are half devil, half savage. Those are the terms that are used. We have to now get to the point where we recognize that we have been critically important to human civilization. And by recognizing that, we are then able to do something a little different. Our understanding of who we are and what we've done is not unimportant. And maybe all of you have gotten to the point where you recognize that folks like us can do things, but the masses of people around the world have not. We still have work to do. And that is what I am doing. I'm not just sitting here debating this on YouTube channels. I'm involved in doing things around the world, as some of you are as well. That was not meant to be a knock on the people on this panel. But I truly believe that we have to understand African civilizations to be able to do that.
So, Jabari, real quick, and then the soldiers, did you get a chance to speak yet?
Yeah, no, not yet. Not yet.
Go ahead. I'm gonna just ask another. I'm gonna ask him a question. I'm gonna let him get it in since you get.
So I want to know what is the issue with and Jabari, you're supposed to be tight with the situation as I am, brother. You know they would not say it out their mouth that the Egyptians was indigenous Africans, so let alone African. I'm saying, what's the issue now that they have admitted through anthropology, which is the scientific study of culture, when they admit through archaeological digs, through DNA, through culture and connecting cultures to Africa, to Egypt and all of that, and they look at all these things and they see the kingships and the right, like I'll give you an example. They talk about Mesopotamia and how it took them 7,000 years to come to kingship, but in Africa it took them maybe in the Nile Valley maybe 800 years. Basically speaking, in Africa it was the elimination of kings. We know that in African cultures abroad, right, that there are a lot of kings all over Africa, right? Too many daggone kings to be exact. So we understand the Nile Valley, specifically Egypt and Nubia, as being an African civilization, just the way they do their thing. Like everybody's a king in Africa, right? So once they admit that they are indigenous Africans, why do we need to put the pseudoscientific racial construct on the indigenous people to make our point? I think the point has been made. And then we let John go.
1 second. Can you look at your text? I just need him to see that. Then you guys can continue.
What happened?
I just needed Ankh to check his text.
Oh,
really quickly. Go ahead.
I actually believe that as academia is now saying that ancient Kemet is an indigenous African society, that is in many ways scholarly victory. The problem is that some of us don't even understand what that means. And I think that Ankh, respectfully, I think that your conversations about whether they're black or not, but they're indigenous Africans, that confuses people. It confuses people. When they say indigenous African, they mean black.
Who?
The people who are saying it.
No,
the scholars who are saying it.
Oh,
that's what they're saying. And so I am.
I need a source for that. That's a groundbreaking idea.
I believe right there. I've shown sources on this all day long. But
you do it for us so we can have it on record.
I want to say that what we're doing here is we're oversimplifying things so that we make arguments sound ridiculous. When scholars say that Kemet is an indigenous African society, in other words, it didn't come from elsewhere, they're saying what we're saying in a scholarly way. And in fact, when I write it, that's how I say it. But I want to be clear that we're saying that those people who created the world's most influential, arguably the world's most influential civilization, were people that looked like the people that we call black today. That is what we're saying. And I do agree that the word black has weaknesses. I do agree with that. You've heard me say it before.
Real quick. Go ahead, Wujai. You want to add something?
And let me just say this. I use it politically.
Let me, because you kind of asked.
I use it politically as you do.
Okay.
I don't think that the word black is as good as saying African, for example. But all of these words are conceptions. And if I'm able to speak to people and say that the ancient Kemetic people were African or were black, I'm hoping that they understand what I'm actually saying. So I think that we're not trying to that we're not. None of these social terms are perfect. None of them. None of them.
Black is synonymous
hold on,
with Africa.
Because I'm kind of on that same thing. Because you asked a question I was really kind of going to ask. I think what he just explained kind of draws a line where we fundamentally disagree. Is that you think that African is synonymous with black when we say that, whereas we don't view them as meaning it that way, right? Especially when you look at it coming from the old understanding, right? When they talk about Black Africa, quote unquote, back then, or no, Black Africa is now what they call Sub-Saharan Africa, right? That used to be labeled Black Africa, right? So when they say African, we are under this understanding and we think that they just mean African. They're not saying, they don't mean black. They just mean African. So I think that's the riff between
Who's
us right
there. The day? I need some clarity in your use of pronouns, brother.
Scholars, when the scholars say that Egypt is an indigenous African civilization, right? Because when you read how they describe them, they say that they say that the Egyptians are neither black nor white.
Where have you seen that?
In it? Oh, man, we can pull that up. Pull it up. We can pull it up.
2023. You want me to pull this?
Yeah. So if you haven't seen that, we can pull that up. We can see where the riff is at.
I want to be clear. I'm talking about the scholars that are now clarifying that Kemet is an indigenous society.
That's what we're talking about. This is current.
Those scholars that say that Kemet is an indigenous society are not usually, they're neither black nor white. That's not the same language. Those are people who try to say Kemet is a multicultural society. Like
Uncle pull up. So we pull up the source. And Jabari,
Go ahead. You can't jump.
Go ahead.
And first of all, let me shout out Joel, man, for that donation, man. Y'all hit that Cash App, yo. We're having a powerful conversation, man. You might not, next week you might find all of us fighting and cussing each other out. So right now, while y'all got the moment, man, enjoy this moment, man. It's gonna be respectful, and we're gonna get to the bottom of it, yo, for sure.
Yeah, this is a beautiful moment, actually.
Yeah, this is a good moment for us. We're supposed to always have these
black or
conversations,
white, so we can get them straight.
Let go.
So hey,
can I? Is my turn?
Go ahead. Your turn. Go ahead.
All right. I listen to a lot, and I actually appreciate Logic's, even though he was lengthy, but what he was saying has substance to it. So I think that people just got to be patient, right? So what I wanted to address, though, because a lot was said, I want to address there's two different things going on. And I think that we can hear it in the context of what's being said. One is that early Egyptology, and even beyond Egyptology as a specific discipline, there was definitely racism in academia, period. You have Hegel, and I used to call people Hegelites, people who believe as he believed. You have him and his peers that felt the same way that he felt. Then you have early Egyptologists within the discipline that were very reluctant and denying the Africanness of the ancient Egyptians, trying to place them in the Middle East, even in Europe. So that's a given. But so the pushback to that, I feel that the pushback has been it's more hyperbole. It's been over exaggerated to push back on those positions, and it was done so incorrectly. Because Egypt at all times is on the continent of Africa, and the people were Africans. And scholarship, as you all have said, is definitely admitting that now in 2024, even before. That's there. Now there's another discussion about the blackness of everything, and I said before that we all should know by now that the racial constructs of today are an emergence of a modern society. It's a modern social construct, and beyond the Egyptians being African and an indigenous African civilization, the overextension is to now make them black by bringing them into our modern social construct and the mess that is there. So ancient Egyptians are not African Americans, And what it boils down to is that people are, when they say that they're black, they're not explicitly saying this, but they're trying to make the ancient Egyptians African Americans or like African Americans. And I know, Jabari, you're shaking your head. I'm not saying you are, but I'm saying in my experience, I've been doing this for a long time, just like as yourself. And I've talked to many people that are equating Egyptians as African. Not saying that they are, but they're saying that, okay, for example, people say ancient Egyptians are our ancestors. And when you ask them you try to tease that out and ask them to qualify that, they really can't do that. And so it's a pride thing of as Jabari, as you were saying, that there's an issue of even your slide that you showed up or that you read, I'm sorry, the quote that you read from, as a people think of themselves, so on and so forth. So there's a push to be proud of who you are. And at the time in the 60s and 70s, James Brown said loud, "I'm black and I'm proud." Black is what people were called. So the issue was, instead of looking down or taking on the pejorative nature of black and Negro and nigger and all this other stuff that is in our recent history, the whole movement was, hey, just be proud of who you are, have that self-esteem. And because we were calling black, it became synonymous with, say it loud, "I'm black and I'm proud." But it's really be who you are and be proud. And so what we did, we flipped the negative aspects of black and flipped it and made it a term of endearment. Same way as modern times, as a lot of women out here now have flipped the word bitch and hoe and stuff like that. We all know those are pejorative or negative terms, but now it's terms of endearment, and people seek to be recognized as such. So to identify as a flipped negative now to a positive when it doesn't have to be this way is one thing. Then to retroactively fit it into an ancient civilization creates a even bigger mess with everything. So I think that people should just be satisfied that ancient Egyptians and ancient Egypt are on the continent of Africa, and it's an African civilization. Move on from that and dig into the genius of the ancient Egyptians and what they've contributed to the world to this very day. And we can learn from it, mine from it, and see if there's anything that can apply and be utilized today to help our situation, whoever we define as the hour, and apply that and toss the rest.
Yeah, I want to hear you, Jabari. I want to add something right after whoever gets done talking. Just real quickly.
Can I say something?
I would let me ask a question for thought and then not go into a large conversation. You said that we should just focus on the excellence of the Kemetic society. Why not just focus on the excellence of Greece and Rome? Why not just do that? If the ethnic background, the racial background of these civilizations does not matter, then let's just focus on Greece and Rome. Done. Let's not spend time doing this.
You ever caught an airplane before?
Let's just do that right now.
We still haven't dealt with.
No, wait, hold on. Let me address that. Wait, let me address that. See, that's a kind of I don't even know what you call that.
That's the ad absurdum argument is what it's called.
Yeah. So here's the thing.
Right. And I know I'm using it. I just want to use it.
Okay. I'm glad you acknowledge that you're doing it.
It is. Okay. It's ad absurdum. It is.
Okay. So, but here's the thing. A people don't have to be black in order to require us to study them. Okay, because that's the flip side of what you're saying. It's like, okay, if race is not important to that, why not study Greece? Why not study whatever? That's not what it's about. Egypt on its own merit was the light of the ancient world. And it was the beacon. It was like basically the all that in a bag of chips of the ancient world among its contemporaries. And we haven't seen a civilization since or even before. Like, I think a lot of people agree with that. So that on that merit alone, it's worth studying. And so it's not because they're black it should be studied. It's studied. It should be studied on the merits alone. And they formed a whole discipline out of it, Egyptology. So we can study it without it having to be black to speak to your point, which was kind of like a fallacy, but that's just to speak on that.
So I'd like to believe that only one of us could do a class on ancient Rome. So, and that's me, by the way, because I've done a class on ancient Rome. So if that is what you believe, then why haven't you focused on ancient Rome?
Because because me, if you're asking me, I'm focused. I've been focused on Egypt. When I have time,
it's getting good, boy. It's getting good. Hold on, let's take a break. Hold on.
For the reason.
No. Hold on, Woo. Take a commercial break. It's about to get good. We got Wu Ja. We got Jabari. I ain't never heard them conversate before. Y'all heard me and Jabari go back and forth
before, but I think it's mostly on Facebook.
We taking a break though. Hey, look, man, hit the Cash App, man. Hit the Cash App. Keep that point so we know whatever point is. Don't let us get off track. We just want to take a Cash App break, man. Hit that Cash App, man. Y'all know what it is, man. Show some love, man. That's what we do, man.
Got you, huh?
We're skeptics, man. We show love around here, man. It's a great conversation that was actually spurred by me and Logic. He called me getting on my damn nerves with that.
I got you.
Yeah, all right, but yeah,
Can I
this
ask
is
you
what
a
we
question, Unc?
Yeah, I'm going to do my little break, and then you can do.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
You can definitely ask the question. Yo.
Go ahead.
Here we go, man. A little DQ for y'all, man. Show some love, man. Y'all know what it is, man. We doing our thing. Appreciate everybody, man, for the high level conversation, man. We're enjoying the discourse, man. Man, we got some high power speakers on here, man. Y'all know what it is, man. Everybody in the building, man. Show some love, man. Y'all know what it is, man. Community skeptics. Y'all know what it is. Man, drop that link. Move Cash that money, man. Show some love, man. Y'all know what it is. Support the channels, man. Community skeptics. Nothing better move but the Cash App money. Y'all know what it is. Yeah. Right. Hey, man, nothing better move. Look, man, nothing better move but the Cash App money, man. Look, like and subscribe, man. Get the algorithm up, man. High level intelligent conversation. This conversation ain't for the weak or the meek. Y'all know what it is, man. What was it that you did? No, you was about to say something, Jabari.
Yeah,
you don't want to forget
past,
the point.
Yeah,
I want to. I'll be really brief.
Let me just say this real quick because we jumped past that at one point. We jumped past modern academia in terms of when they said they're African, they said they're no either black nor white. They're African. We got that. This is modern scholars. We got Samakiyata saying the exact same thing, making the exact same statement. They're neither black nor white. They're African, and this is modern academia. I don't know what that means, Jabari.
You got colored sides now.
You want Shamaka Kiyata? You want Shamaka Kiyata saying that? Please give him Shamaka Kiyata.
Oh, Wikipedia. Go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
Yeah,
we like Wikipedia.
Sure. Oh.
I ain't gonna give him story. I'm gonna give him. He can't get past this first. He gotta get. Look, let's get here first. First, you got to get past Wikipedia. Even move on to the high level thing.
Wow.
Yeah, you can't get. Yeah, I gotta do Wikipedia for you. You can't, you can't get past this. Get past this. It says since the second half of the 20th century, topological and hierarchical models of race have increasingly been rejected by scientists, and most scholars have held that applying modern notions of race to ancient Egypt is anachronistic. Of course, you know what that means. That means it's out of time and space. And they got 1, 2, 3 sources here. It say the current position, talking about now, of modern scholarship is that the Egyptian civilization was an indigenous Nile Valley development. See population history of Egypt. Great read. All these sources right here, right? It say at UNESCO Symposium 1974 that most blackologists lie about because they won't tell you the truth because they never read it. Several participants concluded that the ancient Egyptian population was an indigenous to the Nile Valley and was made up of people from north and south of the Sahara, who were differentiated by their color. That's it. All right. So there you go.
But wait, that's not meeting the standard that we're looking for here.
Hey Jabari,
you should have given Sorkiata. That would have just
Listen. Hold on. Listen.
You want
Let's have a high level conversation going.
Shamaka Keita,
Listen, this is what we're saying. I said I'd like for you to show me a source of someone who is arguing that ancient Kemet is an indigenous civilization and also making the argument that they're neither black nor white. That's what I want to see a source.
I got you. Hey, Juju, where you at, Juju?
Wikipedia is a really good start.
Hey, break out somebody out of blackness joint.
Wait.
All right, you know what I'm talking about, right?
Wikipedia. Hold on, folks. I'm speaking. I'm almost done. I'm not gonna.
Sorry to break your bill, Jabari. The disrespect.
This is not long. I just want to be clear.
Now you good. Go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
But other people are like chatting. One of the things that I think we have to do is we have to be able to make sure that we're making those two arguments together. Because I have been watching the arguments on ancient Kemet since the 80s, right? And they've come in waves. This new argument that ancient Kemet is an indigenous society that is now more popular. Still not, everyone's not saying it, by the way. Everyone's not saying it. Because I actually confront the ones that aren't, right? David P. Silverman, holla at me. Anyway, I want you to recognize that there are a lot of people who are not saying that. But what I want us to do is recognize that for most people who are arguing that ancient Kemet is an indigenous society, they are also saying we're talking about those Africans that have been there since the beginning of time. And I'm looking for you to show me a source of someone who is acknowledging that it's an indigenous society and then saying it's neither black nor white. Because those are what happens there is there was another stage in this argument that happened in the early 90s where some scholars were saying it was a multicultural civilization. And in that sense, they were the ones making the argument it was neither black nor white. So when I hear you put those two together, what you're saying is you're merging two different groups of people who do not agree.
Hold on, freeze right there.
I'm using my voice to raise my hand.
Hold on, Logic. Hold on, Logic. Wuja got a source up there. All right. Definitely talks about that from Cambridge Press.
Where's the source?
Right there on this thing on. You can see it. Race and
y'all using covers of books as sources again?
Nah, we good. Come on, bro.
Come on now.
No. Let me wait. Let me speak. Because I don't.
You know you in the crosshairs though, yo. Come on, you know you about to get knocked out. I'm gonna let
you. Yeah, he getting nervous. He getting nervous.
Let me clarify. My picture is not put up to be a source. My picture is put up just simply as suggested reading because we're talking about these things. So as you all are talking and I'm patiently muted, I'm just showing these book covers as to get people familiar with these titles.
I got you, brother. That's good.
Yeah, that's it. Just to clarify.
Because usually what happens is when people say they're indigenous Africans, then the next thing they do is they begin to connect. And you've seen this because you've been mentioning some of it. I just don't know how your argument got so convoluted.
No, that's not what we're doing. Listen. When I say they multicultural, they are different cultures in Africa, bro. I don't mean like a whole. You tripping with that? Like
you're not the one making the argument.
Let me finish. When they say multicultural, right? They preface it with indigenous. So you already know they're talking about multiple culture. Hold on, let me finish, Jabari. I mean, it's already, come on, yo, we at the level right now, at least in what we're doing in the conscious community. You're supposed to understand that when the daggone museums, right, and the sources we about to provide, they're talking about indigenous cultures in Africa. They don't frame it as if it's one big androgynous culture in Africa. That's ridiculous. That's complete foolery, right? So indigenous African culture, we're talking about different groups coming together to form Nile Valley culture, right? Multi-African cultures, I'm saying, having different ideas, culminating on the Nile Valley. That's what they're talking about, Jabari. So,
I agree with you, but that's
what they mean.
But that's not. I'm not saying you.
No, that's what
the link is in the Discord.
I said there were waves in the conversation in academia. I wasn't including you in that conversation.
Yeah, but the wave is not there no more, though. The wave is clear what they mean.
Brother, that is not true. There are
I got you. I got you.
There are people who are still making this argument that ancient Kemet is not an indigenous African civilization.
You're right. Guess what? You're right, Jabari.
Civilization. And these are people with PhDs, people with chairs.
You're right.
I confront some of them.
You're right. Jabari. So why? Hold on. Don't nobody jump in. Hey, Jabari, I'm saying you're absolutely right, but sorry to tell you, that's not how science works.
But
let me finish.
We're not disagreeing.
Let me finish. I'm gonna say this again. That's not how science works. There's a consensus on the topic, and the consensus is that the Nile Valley civilization is indigenous to Africa.
That is not the consensus.
Well, you made that up.
That is a
It is not
consensus.
You made that up. All right, but go ahead.
Play the Sociata videos in the Discord, huh?
It's not the consensus. There are a lot of people who are saying other, and you're defining multiculturalism. By the way you defined it, I would agree with you. I'm saying that's not what they are saying. When they use the word multicultural, they're trying to say, listen, I'm going to look for a quote. But Bob Ryer is one of the people that says that. One of the folks that was popular mostly in the 90s, who is still active today. And when he uses the term multicultural, he then actually connects this. He says, "Why don't my black students in my class look at Nubia? That's a society that they can see themselves in. Ancient Kemet is a multicultural society." That's the argument that he's making. And I swear, if we weren't in the middle of a conversation, I would actually find him saying it.
That is a consensus.
Verbally. No, I'm not saying that's the consensus. I'm not saying that there's a consensus. I'm not sure. Now listen, I'm not sure if I would argue that there is a consensus.
It's crazy.
What I am saying is that there's a battle between one group of scholars that were mostly popular in the early to late 90s and another group of scholars who are now really, really advancing a very different argument, one that is based in the best science. And so that other group of scholars is losing that battle. But to call it a consensus, I think would be hard, because some of the old scholars from the 90s, they're the ones that have the chairs. They're the ones that are in charge of whole museum collections. They're the ones that have dozens of things and they're still active. So, and they're disagreeing with each other.
Jabari, what I'm trying to tell you is that around here on this channel, you in trouble. I'm trying to tell you that we clearly understand that science is slow to move. Anthropology, all that. And I'm saying with the incoming generation of young scholars in their 50s and 40s, I'm saying Egypt is an indigenous multicultural civilization talking about cultures in Africa. And you don't have to leave out the Levant, right? With those people that migrated in, you don't have to leave that out. That's fine. It's what populations do. They range at borders. There's no border. There's none of these things. So when we say it, we're talking about with the available science is saying we don't need everybody to say it. That's not the conversation. You might can get that off somewhere else, but for here, brother, we're saying that the field is moving towards the indigenous African civilization because now they got more archaeological research. I'm gonna bring it up. I got you on that. I'm just thinking.
Can I say something?
Hold on, Logic. There very well may be people that say what you're saying. We're not disagreeing with that. So I got a 2024 text. I'm gonna bring that up, and I got you. Go ahead. Somebody,
you're making it sound like what you just said is an.
Amir, I'm gonna be real quick.
Wait. Let me just say, you have to be clear. You made it sound like what you just said is in opposition to what I've said. You're making things that we agree on, and you're pretending that they're things that we disagree on. There is a new cadre. I just said there's a new cadre of scholars that are coming in.
People that did. And so why did I become the Uncle Tom? And then why did I become against anti-blackness when you know that's what they're saying? Ain't nobody coming to bed putting in the museums.
Videos in the Discord, general public chat. You can just it's simple. 4 minutes long.
I didn't. That was a lot of words. I didn't understand what anyone just said.
Jabari, can I say something?
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead, Amir.
I'm sorry. So indigenous. If you understand science, the Africans are genetically diverse in genetics and in morphology. So when you say that the indigenous, which is obviously black, in some cases the population in Northeast Africa can look fairly distinct from populations in Southwest and Central Africa.
Sure.
So when you say, listen. So when you say indigenous, the population in North Africa could be indigenous, but look drastically and phenotypically distinct from populations in Congo or even Sudan. So, for example, I'll give you something in craniometrics. If you study C-long breasts, race clusters and clines, he says in the morphology, that's the source, that the population morphologically fits in line with groups from Southern Europe, Southwest Asia, and Northeast Africa, morphologically. So what's being said is, when you say they're obviously black, you don't have to look like what's obviously black or what's identified as black based off description of what we see on the surface to be indigenous to so-called Africa, or even dark skin to be indigenous to so-called Africa. If you want, it's a great article that you should check out. Light skin and dark skin both evolved in Africa. So Africa has a lot of phenotypes. It has a lot of genetic distinction from one another. Some people have further drift than others. Some people went through bottlenecks. Some people went through changes. You have very ancient back migrations. And it's like we deny all that just to say, oh, they're black. But in reality, they're not.
What have you said that is in opposition to what I have said just now?
Because what you said, Brother Jabari, initially, you said indigenous, which means black. That's what you said. You did say that. And
listen. I understand the ad absurdum argument. Possibly you don't. The reality is that when scholars are talking about indigenous Africans, they are generally meaning what we call black. But who would say, you and I both travel on the continent? You think you have to talk to me about the different phenotypes that are present on the continent?
Hey, Jabari.
What we're saying, wait a minute. Let's be clear. Let's be clear.
I'm being clear.
No, wait, let me finish my statement.
I know you travel.
Let me finish. You were talking and I let you finish. Let me
respond after you finish. Let me respond.
I didn't say you couldn't respond after.
Okay, go ahead.
Go ahead. I'm saying I let you finish and now I'm trying to respond.
Go ahead.
Nothing you said I disagree with.
Okay.
You all are posing things that I agree with as their rebuttals of what I've said.
Okay, but Jabari,
what I'm saying to you is, for an extensive period of time, I showed you a source on the screen from George Wilhelm Hegel. For an extended period of time, scholars, notice my air quotes, have been attempting to say that ancient Kemet was in the province of people who were not typical to the continent of Africa. I'm not saying that, and I know that's a really, really sloppy statement. It's not my statement, it's their statement. Because they would say to you that an African is someone that has the tightest curled hair, the widest possible nose, and the darkest possible skin. Anyone who has studied Africa or even visited Africa knows that there's great phenotypic. If you go to Central Africa and you look at, for example, someone like the Khoisan people, and you compare them with the people of Kenya, I mean, you're looking at someone who's routinely under 5 feet and someone who usually can easily get over 6.5 feet. I mean, very clearly, we're not saying that that there's great phenotypic variation on the continent of Africa. That's not what we're saying.
So Jabari,
that's not what they're saying. You're not arguing with me. You're arguing with them.
Jabari.
They're the ones that said that the ancient Kemetic people were not black. They were Asian. They were European. And I think that's a lot of what you are doing is confusing.
So
now, when people mention indigenous African society today, the next thing they do is they say that there are lots of connections between Kemet and Nubia. They say that they talk about the Green Sahara, talking about Africans who traveled all the way across from east to west and west to east, that they're actually saying those people that we consider Africans today are the same type of people that populated, that created and populated the world's greatest society. That is what they're saying. The other scholars are not in their camp. And for you to make it sound like everyone is saying it, by the way, there's someone in the chat named Pure Black. Please go back and talk to your mother because she's embarrassed of you right now.
Whoa.
She's embarrassed.
Jabari, don't do that. Don't do that.
Stay out of the chat, Jabari. Stay out of the chat.
Listen, I'm going to say something about the chat because your mods aren't. That's why.
I mean, hold on.
Hey, Jabari. So are you saying that
No. I gotta moderate.
Come
I
on,
do
man.
want to say though,
God
brother
damn.
Jabari, we be getting ripped to shreds over on that other station. So I'm just
And you
saying.
respond.
Over on that goofy channel.
And you respond just like I'm responding.
Stop.
But I'm not using profanity and insult.
Hey, Jabari. So
No, it's
come
Amir.
on, man.
Hold on.
Amir needs to respond.
I just
gotta
want to respond.
moderate. Y'all
Yeah,
gotta
I just
let
want to
Amir
respond.
Yeah, and make it brief. People on the panel, y'all got it. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah, and it's time to break out the sources on Jabari.
Yes, I'm gonna be quick. So 2018.
Now it's time to end the charade.
So
Go ahead.
28. So when you say there's proof based off 2018 studies studying ancient North Africans, an ancient Near Eastern population has been there for a very long time. When you look at certain toolage after the Haflin culture, you see pre-Neolithic Levantine signatures in that portion of Egypt or Africa for a very long time before the inception of what we know as dynastic period Egypt. So you do have a multicultural population that did create a foundation in that portion of the world. No one can get past the genetic signatures that has been found, and no one can get past certain animals that we see and certain tools that we see that's in certain portions of the world that's not that bridges right there. So what I'm saying is that it's indigenous, but it does have some non-African populations that did back migrate. It's there, but it happened right there. It formed right there. It shaped
Show us
right
your
there.
source. Show us your source.
2018 study. 2018 study.
Show us your source. Show us the source. Show us.
2018 studies of North Africa, Ibero, Maroons, and Sepharad.
That's not no. You can't just say the source. Show us the source. Show us the source.
Okay.
I've read the scholarship on that.
Okay. So
read the article and see if it says what you just said it said.
Okay. I'm gonna give my source, and then I'm gonna let them get to play this.
Okay,
I got you.
You're not gonna come back with that source, y'all.
Yes, I am. It's easy. I mean, anybody can look it up.
What he just said it said.
Okay, I got you. Stay right here.
Okay.
Don't leave the panel.
No, I'm not going nowhere.
It'll be hard for you to get back on. Okay.
Yeah, I got you.
All right, it's time.
Can I speak to this? This was shown on the screen.
Yeah, go ahead. All right, so we dropping. So anybody having a conversation from this point forward, you can have a scholar making a point. We cool. You need some paperwork. This is what we doing moving forward. Because this one the game. Now the rebel about to meet the road. Go ahead, Wuja. I see your source. Let's go get it.
Okay. Earlier on my screen, I was showing the book covers of books that I advocate and recommend to people to read to help out with this larger conversation that's been going on for quite a while. And so one of the books that I showed, I'm actually showing you pages within the book now. This is the book, The Ethnic Identities in the Land of the Pharaohs by Erosh Maddock. And we did a book club when it first came out in 2020. This is a 2020 publication. And we did a book club and we walked, everybody that participated, we walked through the entire book and had some good discussions. And I definitely recommend everyone that's concerned about this issue to get it and read it. It's very cheap. It's available on Kindle. But anyway, to the point, there's a chapter 2 called From Race to Culture and People, Egyptology of the 19th and earliest 20th century. In this first section, he starts off by talking about Egyptology and scientific racism. And so I just quickly, on the spot, I want to point out a few things here that's pointed out. And here in this section here, in number 2, I don't know if y'all can see my cursor, but over here on the right hand column, number 2, I'm just going to read this because this is interesting. I mean, the whole thing's interesting, but I'm not doing a service. It's too many people on the panel for me to slow things down and hog the mic. But I just want to point out a few things. So here it says, 2, it says, there's no biological validity for the racial construct. And then this book is well sourced, by the way. So you see all the clickable sources and things. For example, M. Hefney, an Egyptian immigrant to the U.S., considered himself to be black. Considered himself to be black. According to the rules of the United States government on race and ethnicity from 1997, all people originating in Europe, the Middle East, and North Africa are classified as white. Hefney filed a lawsuit to change his official classification from white to black. Ancient Egyptians did not have the concept of race, as their attitudes towards people were based on cultural status and not color. And there's another source. Therefore, the concept of race, although paramount for Egyptology of the 19th and earlier 20th century, has no scientific credibility in modern scholarship. Section 2 of this particular book deals with the problem of race and scientific racism in Egyptology because, although not based on modern anthropology, these concepts continue to exist in one form or another, even in some recent works. So this book is pretty thorough on that. Like I said, I don't want to hog, but let me just see if I can find another spot that was interesting while you were talking. I found it.
You got it, because I got a source. I'm ready. I'm cooking with hot grease. Come on.
Okay, just real quick here. It says from race. That's what I just read, wasn't it? Book of Gays for Species. Scientific racism. Yeah, I don't like I said, I don't want to, so it talks about the Hamitic question. It talks about Glidden, which if you read this, you'll find that these were definitely racist scholars and people in their peers in their time. They were all in agreement with a lot of racist ideology. And so this particular book points all that stuff out and just shows how it's not even tenable today at all. Like it's totally rejected at this point. So I don't want, like I said, I don't want to hog the mic, but
all right, you get back to a finding. I got you. We got a couple more minutes.
Yeah, so you could stop sharing. But again, let me just show the cover of this book. I definitely recommend everybody to get it. If I can even get to the first page. But the cover of the book is this one. Ethnic Identities in Atlanta, Pharaoh, Hiroshima. And that, matter of fact, we were going to actually interview him, but this is just a side note. And he agreed at first, but then he changed his mind because of the behavior that he saw in associated YouTube channels with this particular topic. And I just want to side note that, point that out, that, collectively, I think that people need to do better on this conversation when they're on YouTube, because it's not looking good when people are fussing and bickering and you got all the drama in, because these scholars, they want to participate, but they're not gonna do it if they feel like it's messy, and I feel the same way. So I just wanted to point that out.
I agree. Where you at, Juju? Let's go. Let's get it cracking, since you can't find the black one with Samantha Kiyata with the genetics of African.
I dropped the video in a private chat. I dropped in the Discord.
No, yeah, we got no. We're gonna play the video next. We got you. We're gonna roll it.
That wasn't it in the back chat. Like I put both of them back there. You didn't look at it?
No, we good. I want you to read it. It's your turn to read. Juju, here we go. You see it.
Yeah.
And we'll disclose the source. Do I need to make that bigger?
No.
You got it?
So is Egypt black? Most of the people asking the question today are Africans and African Americans who would like to claim early Egypt's accomplishments for themselves and other members of their own race. However, this question assumes two premises that are patently false. The first is that there exist, or there once existed, biologically distinct and pure races whose characteristics can be easily defined. Second, the questioners generally believe that there is a link between what they regard as race and cultural achievement. Science has shown that both premises are incorrect. Continue.
That is a racist article. That is mad racist. Now all of a sudden we are the ones that have created this race controversy.
Why are you doing this in the middle of reading a source show?
No, well, I'm sorry to interrupt.
Didn't Wuja just tell you them people don't want to come? People like you act like that.
I'm sorry.
I can see you the one that's keeping scholars off of YouTube.
I'm gonna shut up.
But I'm on my best behavior today, and you bring it out.
You are, Bobby. There you are.
I knew it. See, on something that is you got the mic. They be like, yeah, and then the bomb would go off at that point.
For real, I read that. When I read that paragraph, I was upset.
I know, but well, you should at least
reader, not at the reader, at what was written. That's what I got upset.
Wait a minute, Jabari. It's our turn. We literally have Shamarka Kiyata.
Don't acquiesce to a faulty premise. Keep reading.
All right. Modern Egyptians have a mixed genetic admixture and also show considerable variation in skin color and physical characteristics. We can expect the same to have been true in the past.
Oh.
In Egypt today, skin color gradually changes from predominantly tan or olive in the Delta to an almost blue-black near the Nile's sources in the south. Other physical features vary along the same continuum. Therefore, some ancient Egyptians looked more Middle Eastern and others looked more like the Sudanese or Ethiopians of today. And some may even have looked like other groups in Africa. Skin color, hair texture, nose size, and other physical characteristics often employed in determining race could vary significantly. Therefore, it should not be surprising that we can pick out what have been called Negroid traits in the statue of Khafre or in images of Queen Tai. Sub-Saharan Black ancestry was always an element of Egypt's genetic history.
Element.
Was always an element of Egypt's genetic history. What did I say? That does not mean that Egyptians were Black in the way that African Americans identified themselves today. It also doesn't mean that Egyptians were white, even though they are usually portrayed by white actors in Hollywood films. The modern Black-white distinction is a construct of European racism and was largely irrelevant to ancient Egyptians. The best we can say is that Egypt was a unique civilization with genetic and cultural ties linking it to other African cultures, to its south and west, and to the Mediterranean and Near Eastern cultures to its north.
I like that part where you said element. Element.
Are you reading more or
element?
There you go, right there.
Can I respond?
No, let me say something about this. This is where modern academia is. This is a great book. I want to show you exactly the source we was using, so maybe you can add it to your library, Jabari. I don't want you out here lacking in these streets, right? I want you up on.
You're going to show another source. Can't I respond to that one?
Yes, you can. You will get a chance to.
Okay,
I got you. I'm not going to do that.
By the way,
and it talks about the article also talks about Diop's and the great job he did and all that. I just didn't want to get into all that.
Could you also tell me where that last source was from? Because you just started reading.
Look, here you go. 4th edition.
Okay.
Ancient Near Eastern History and Culture. Here you go.
Right. Okay.
All right. That's it. That's a great.
That same book is coming in the mail. Wow.
Yeah, get that. That's a great. You got that coming in the mail?
Yeah, because I have a relationship with Routledge, so they send me the books for free now that I'm a professor. So
that's right.
Coming in the mail.
Well, you're a professor. You act like it. Act like you understood what you.
Oh, stop!
If you're a professor, you know the damn well what they were saying.
I need to respond to that.
Hey, Jabari, I'm going to give you a list of books that I need since you're getting them for free. So give me the hookup.
Right.
Seriously, if there were some books you wanted access to, depending on the publisher, I might be able to help you do that.
Y'all heard it here.
Sometimes I'm able to get multiple copies because I use them for class.
Hey, you got that? Hey, you got what I sent you in your text, right?
Mm-hmm.
All right, good looking.
I got you. And we got this video we want to strike. Hold on. I don't want to mess this up. All right.
Could we respond to y'all?
Yes, go ahead. No, go ahead. Go ahead. No, go ahead. Go ahead.
First of all, let me say that article was extremely racist. Extremely racist. And if you're not able to see it, let me explain. Let me
explain how it's racist when they gave you.
Have tried to dispel. Hold on, listen. They tried to dispel the conversation and all of the discourse around race and stick it on African Americans. Like it's African Americans that created this crazy bit. And then what they did, wait a minute. Then what they did is later they tried to say, well, most of the people that were that are depicting the Egyptians are white. But this is really African Americans. That's ridiculous. This debate over Africans and people who are darker skinned contributing nothing to civilization is their artifice. The artifice of academia, European descended academia, to try to make it sound like it's African Americans that don't understand is offensive. And in addition to that, I think that we have to recite what we're citing here, because now y'all showing sources, but do you not understand what sources we're supposed to show? The contention I made, which you were supposed to show sources for, which that article, the last two articles does not do, by the way, strike, was that the people who are making the argument now, these nascent Egyptologists.
No, Jabari, I showed you. Jabari, hold on. Whoa.
Wait,
Jabari.
let me finish.
The way the source addressed black and white.
No, that's not what I asked you to do.
Yeah, you said show a source.
That's not what I asked you to do. That is not what I asked you to do.
What did you ask me to do?
What I asked you all to do. What I asked you all to do is I asked for you to show me the scholars that are now arguing that ancient Kemet is an indigenous society and then saying it was not black or white. That is what I asked you to do.
So you didn't hear her read that though?
Wait a minute.
Now just play the video, Bobby.
Wait, hold on. We're not gonna play crazy now. Nah, hold on. Hey, Jabari.
That's a tactic that Jabari do, bro.
Jabari, that's what you do. Go ahead and talk, Jabari. We're gonna read it again, Juju.
That article simply says. It simply said, listen, literacy is important, and I'm beginning to question it here.
Wow.
Because
hell no.
Does not say what we're doing. Neither of them do.
Oh, okay, Jabari. Then what I would ask you to do at this point, Jabari, is hold on. We're gonna come back to the space.
Okay.
All right, and then give us an apology, because I don't want to cuss you out. I want to keep everything right here. Because you start talking about some literacy shit like we ain't just see what we just read, bro. You the one acting illiterate. You're acting illiterate right now, yo. We seen it.
Listen, if you're offended by that comment, I retracted and I apologize.
Yeah, I appreciate it, because we sit here. Now hold on. Let the sister read.
No ad hominems on the panel.
No ad hominems. Jabari, ain't nobody illiterate. I don't think you be illiterate.
Trust me.
That was not an homonym attack.
But who illiterate then?
That
who
was
Miss Pound's
not
illiterate?
No,
you got Jabari, you got Wujai, you got Amir, you got Sosa, you got Gullah, you got everybody that read, yo. So who is illiterate?
I'm saying that I didn't say anyone was illiterate. What I am saying,
well, let's read this.
What I am saying is that article.
You want to play the video first, Bobby?
Both of the articles that were displayed don't actually address what we're supposed to be addressing in terms of sources.
The damn video says it all. Like, why y'all just go straight to the video? Why y'all going along?
Yeah, Bobby
he said.
I mean, am I wrong? Am I wrong? Am I wrong?
Yeah.
When I said I questioned.
We don't agree.
All right, here go the video. Let's play the clips, and everybody want me to play the clip.
Go ahead.
Then I want to go back to the article.
That's fine.
It expressed they range in skin color, and they not to be called black and white. All the things that was in there, but since we acting like that ain't what it said. But here you go. Me clipping this 4 minutes. Let's go.
Need to play Deborah Heard's clip too again.
And folks, let me say, I'm supposed to be leaving here at 4:45.
What time we got?
I have about
15.
I would like to say something real quickly too.
You got like 10 minutes left. You get it
before you leave. I want to be able to say something to him.
Yeah, I got you. All right, I got the thing
Goodness
going.
gracious.
Yeah, I cannot believe the illiteracy of the panel these days. How? Reading everything you read, yo. I got access to everything you got access to, Jabari. Everybody got access. We members, yo. Card carrying members of the Journal of Nature and Science, Academia. Come on, yo. Got doctors in the family. Got access to all that. So here we go. Let's play this clip right here. This is important. Here we go.
In terms of human history, deep human biological history, Africa has a special role as a place of the emergence of modern humans, whether from a single population that has crossed the threshold and diversified, or whether from multiple populations that have intermixed to create the fundamental basis of modern humanity. Ancient Nubia and ancient Egypt share roots, common cultural roots in Northeast Africa, in the Sahara, and along the Nile Valley. The ancient Egyptians and the ancient Nubians can both be described, especially in the earlier periods, as being descendants of Northeast African indigenous populations. As one writer said, all of these people are Africans, and I define Africans as people whose biological histories have emerged and their identities have emerged in Africa, and where any mixing that took place on African soil. The Egyptians did not come from any place else other than the Nile Valley. Their identities and any other ancestry that they may have had were all forged together in that space. One becomes better known, and one's writing becomes.
I don't hear the video anymore.
It would still be a mystery as well. We have not recovered something similar for, later period Nubia. I don't think in terms of race in general. I don't, and when I say this, I think about it in two different ways. Darwin essentially suggested that in order to say that a species was subdivided into subspecies, which would be the equivalent of races, that the populations involved would have to be almost incipient species. Okay, so a high degree of substructuring. I can tell you that you cannot use the idea of any difference or being able to tell a difference either at the molecular level or physical level as indicative of or requiring the use of the term race. So I say there are populations, but no races. And I'm not the first person to say that. All of these people are connected to each other, and dividing them in a way that implies a level of discreteness that the term race implies is inappropriate. Were there people with darker skin, lighter skin, curlier hair, less curly hair? Yes, there were. There's no evidence that the ancient Egyptians who did medicine, who made observations, and sometimes detailed artwork about the environment around them, animals, plants, there's no evidence that they had a theory of human variation that would be commensurate or similar to notions of race as they were developed in Europe. There's a deep shared ancestry in the Sahara of these societies. The fact that they were sometimes in conflict, we should not impose our reasons, our ways of thinking onto why this conflict may have occurred. The conflicts were political, social, probably over the same issues. Let's not read ideological ideas about the reason of this conflict back into the past. We have to avoid stereotypes. We have to avoid the old ways of thinking, but just put into new data sets or new types of data, which I do believe that we can see in literature sometimes today, and I think that a lot of times, if you look very carefully at the scientific literature, you'll see that sometimes the old ways of thinking are lurking beneath the surface there. And this is something that needs to be addressed.
Yeah, so there you go. You heard it straight from Samantha Kiata's mouth, and this is the way we explain it, and that's the only way it makes sense to explain it that way.
Would y'all would like the link
what
to
were we
that
supposed
video?
to find sources for again?
Hold on just a moment, Jabari, please. Would
That's
y'all
not the
would
one
like?
we said.
Would y'all would like the link to
Just
the
so you
video?
know,
Everybody freeze. What did you say? What'd you
Amir
say,
is back.
Sosa?
Amir is back with his source, just so y'all know. I know he wants to show that before
I
Jabari.
know. What did you say? What'd
That's
you
not
say?
the part where he says that Egypt is an indigenous African culture, is not black or white.
Clip it, Sosa.
Flip it, Sosa, so we know what
Right.
timestamp. I played the
And
whole video.
Wujawal would like you to provide a link for that video in the chat if possible.
It's in the
I'm putting
private
it there
chat.
right
It's in the
now.
private chat. The link is in the private chat.
I'm afraid
Got
that
it.
the sources that you've showed so far don't do what we said we were trying to do.
Okay, what was we? I thought you were trying to say that they not black or white and range of skin color. I could have sworn that's what it was. That's not what it was?
Soy
doing exactly what they're supposed to do.
Soy Kata just said that he doesn't like the term black or white because it lacks specificity, that there are people on the continent that look a wide variety of ways. That's what Swakeda just said.
Well, that's what we're saying.
Yeah, I know that's what you're saying, but
okay, so how am I wrong? How is he wrong?
That's not what we're disagreeing on.
Well, what are we disagreeing on?
I have already said to you. Wait, listen
but
to
we're
me.
not agreeing with what
Hold on, let him go. I want to hear this.
Wait a minute. I'm trying to say to you, I agree to you that the term black has problems. I've already said that to you. I've said it like 8 times on this show.
When?
But what I did say is you're not going to find scholars who say that the ancient Kemetic society is indigenous and at the same time say that ancient Kemetic society is neither black nor white. That is not what Swakeda just said. Swakeda said the term black doesn't give us the proper specificity. This is a topic that we agree on.
All right, because you have
horrible
listening skills.
The
Hold on.
sources that you're using.
Jabari, you got bad listening skills. The source the sister just read said exactly just that. Now we're not going to play around with this.
And show me.
Yeah,
Here,
but
go,
he
look, it's
tried
right
to
here.
disqualify it by saying it was racist because
It's right here. Come on, just get right to it. It's right here. Look, read it again. It said, look, you start right here.
It says
right?
modern Egyptians have a mixed genetic admixture and also show considerable variation in skin color and physical characteristics. We can expect the same to have been true in the past. In Egypt today, skin color gradually changes from predominantly tan or olive in the delta to an almost blue-black near the Nile's sources in the south. Other physical features vary along the same continuum. Therefore, some ancient Egyptians looked more Middle Eastern and others looked more like the Sudanese or Ethiopia of today. And some may even have looked like other groups in Africa. Skin color, hair texture, nose size, and other physical characteristics often employed during you moved it so fast. Often employed in determining race could vary significantly. Therefore, it should not be surprising that we can pick out what have been called Negroid traits in the statue of Khafre or in images of Queen Tai. Sub-Saharan Black ancestry was always an element of Egypt's genetic history. That does not mean that Egyptians were Black in the way that African Americans identify themselves today. It also doesn't mean that Egyptians were white, even though they are usually portrayed by white actors in Hollywood films. The modern Black and white distinction is a construct of European racism and was largely irrelevant to ancient Egyptians. The best way we can say is that Egypt was a unique civilization with genetic and cultural ties, linking it to other African cultures to its south and west, and to Mediterranean Near Eastern cultures to its north.
There you go, right there. Black and white. That because it's racism. There you go. That's why they wouldn't say they was black or white. That's the answer, Jabari. You should be able to read that and understand when this source says that the modern black or white distinction is a construct of European racism. It's the same thing as saying we're not gonna call them black or white, Jabari. Come on, bro.
I don't know. I'm not sure what's happening here.
Okay,
I'm not sure what's happening here.
Go ahead, Buja. Don't
listen.
let it happen.
No, wait a minute. If I could
Buja.
respond briefly, if I could respond.
Go ahead, then Buja, go ahead.
If I can respond briefly, I don't know why you're showing me sources that don't say what we said they were going to say.
Wait a minute, Jabari.
Why we're doing that
Now, Jabari, whoa, Jabari, ho.
Are you gonna let me finish or no?
No, hold on, bro. We can't do this like this.
That standard you're setting is actually unnecessary, right? Yeah. Once you actually call them black, you've already. I mean, once you call them African, you've already dispelled the rumor that Africans have no ability to create their own civilizations. They've already agreed that these people are genetically authentic Africans. I'm not sure how they actually put that, but they've already agreed that these indigenous Africans, right? Like there's no need to have to go further and call them black because that's where you may be unintentionally. I'm gonna say unintentionally because I truly believe your what you're trying to do is authentic, but you're unintentionally muddying the waters and associating our paradigm with theirs, right? We don't share any cultural continuity with ancient Egyptians. There's no need to try to put our current social paradigm on these ancient people. That actually is far more confusing than trying to navigate the nuance of what Unc is saying, right? When you oversimplifying it to calling it black, that's where you actually are doing what the ancient Egyptians would have never done. They make a point to try to distinguish themselves from their neighbors, right? They absolutely let you know that all these African groups are distinguished from each other, right? So when you call them black, you're not associating them with African. You're not allowing them to be African and separate from their other people around them. You're associating them with us. And that's far more confusing than anything Unc says. So when you call them black, now you are representing somebody who is going against
brother. You're saying the same thing now. Can I respond, please?
Go ahead.
Now you're saying the same thing. Let me say to you that I want you to hear that I have said, this is going to be the 9th time I believe, that the term black has weaknesses.
And why do you use it?
And I even said I prefer to use the word African. Right?
No, you did not say that at first.
You ain't never said that.
So in the chat, if you're in the chat,
let's move on.
Please hit the 1 because I did say that. I said it at least 8 times.
Y'all not gonna do that Brooklyn magic over here.
I did say it. And so what I'm saying to you is the challenge is, and the people
I'm not doing that. Y'all let me get away with that.
Call them black, do that for me, please.
Matter of fact, at this point, I don't even give a damn about the conversation. Hold on, everybody be quiet. So you mean to tell me, bro, you agree that calling them African, indigenous African is better than calling them black, but yet you fucking berate me on Sonetta TV, dude, and not say what you just said? That's a bunch of foolery right there, dude. I'm not letting you get away with that, Jabari. We not playing that game over here, yo. I'm not gonna let you ease that in, not gonna let you overtalk me. We not doing that, bro. That's bananas, that's disingenuous, and it's out of order, and I rest my damn case. And I'm going back on relax right now. I'm good. Go ahead, Jabari.
Only one of us is over talking.
So I did it on purpose, bro. Because I can't believe you just said that.
That's fine. That's fine.
You my man, though. Look, you my man, 20 grand. I'm with you.
Fine. But I want to say to you, that what the sources that you showed me are not what we are contending.
No problem.
And the last source that was read actually is extremely problematic. First of all, they are trying to say that the entire issue around describing the ancient Kemetic people, black or white or otherwise, is the problem of African Americans. That's problematic. That's problematic because we did not start this conversation. They did. So right off the bat, you could see that the authors are being disingenuous. Second of all, then we actually see that the authors of that article then say, well, this is what modern Egyptians look like. We can assume that ancient Egyptians look like that as well. That is not a scholarly analysis. That is racist claptrap. And the fact that you read it here and didn't hear that is problematic to me. And then third of all, the issue we were trying to analyze.
You the two, not the
issue three. The issue that we're trying to.
Come on, Jabari. Look.
Wait, the thing that you were trying. I'm gonna stop in like 10 seconds, Unc. I promise. I'm not trying to
put you on clock. 5.
I promise. Listen. The thing that we were disagreeing on, I said to you that those new scholars that are now arguing the indigenous nature of ancient Kemet then don't make that same argument about it being neither black nor white. And I said, I want to see a source. Y'all said y'all were pulling up sources. The sources you show don't do that.
Play Deborah Heard's video clip.
I have 2 minutes to leave. I am willing, if you would like me to, or if I can, Ankh, humbly, I would come back and have this conversation with you.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Yeah, I'm trying to hold you.
The conversation. It was largely respectful. We don't have to agree on everything, but I do think that there are some things that we do agree on. Maybe you're not hearing me say I agree with you on some of what you're saying, but there's some things that we agree on, and I think that is helpful as well.
I think. Come on. No. Let me say this. I think after you getting up on this platform and recognizing you couldn't just throw anything on the damn wall, then I start hearing the damn agreement. Because that's some bullshit. What you got up there, Wuja? And we definitely welcome you back for a good conversation.
We'll need to continue this conversation.
Hey, I'm saying Jabari. I'm saying Jabari.
Thank you for
I'm saying
joining
Jabari.
us.
If we could just lock arms on African, bro, we can. If we can lock arms on African, we can walk together.
African, indigenous African, we can shut up.
Just lock arms on African.
But you know,
We can
listen,
just walk
I don't
together,
have any
bro. We
problem.
can fight together.
I think we can, but here's the problem. Here's the problem. And I'm not saying you're doing this, but here's the problem. We have to then also define what we mean when we say African.
The Remish. We're talking about the Remish.
There's not one way to be African.
Hold on a second. Hold on 1 second. Let me just finish the statement. Because the other problem that we have is then people will say that those modern people, like the article you just read, are the same people of Africa, and they've always been there. And that is not true.
Samantha Kiata says that. Hold on. Hold on. Samantha Kiata says the same thing.
It's 4:45.
The Annie and roll out, yo.
Folks, peace. Thank you for having me.
All right, brother, we got you. Appreciate you.
We'll talk soon, okay?
Nah, you gotta let him get away. He gotta go. He said he's gonna be back.
I gotta go. Sorry.
All right, Jabbar, I take your word for it, though, brother. Peace.
Yeah. We can do better. We just proved it. We just
proved it. Appreciate
Hey,
you.
Jabari, you lost, bro.
Right.
I had an article for you too. Good
Oh,
day.
he got his
gotta
article.
let the two cradle theory go, yo.
No. Go ahead. Go ahead. Hold on, Wuja, and then go ahead and pull up your source. Because I got the source for you. I pulled it up for you. I mean, go ahead, Wuja.
Okay, yeah. So I know the brother Jabari has to leave. And I wasn't necessarily addressing what he was saying specifically, but I do want to go back to that before I share what I'm sharing on my screen, right? I think people have to be clear on what exactly Jabari was asking for. And I find what he was asking for to be a little bit too narrow, because it sounds like, and I don't know if he left already, but it sounds like he was asking for a source that specifically or explicitly said that, one, the ancient Egyptian civilization and people are an indigenous African society, blah blah blah, and that same person say that they're neither white or black, as if he's looking for that literally to be said by someone, like where we could read a sentence and it's being said that way, as if it couldn't be inferred by the explanation of different things that these scholars are saying. So I think that needs to be kind of teased out, but we can't do that now. So I was just wanted to share in a larger conversation. I wanted to just share. This is the same book, by the way, that I was just sharing, that Unc had that I mentioned. And I was just going to read a little bit of the conclusion, because I tell people to read the whole book, get it. It's very, very, very good. We did a whole book what do you call it, book club on it. But let me just read a little bit of the conclusions, because at least it'll summarize some things, right? So if y'all can follow me right here, I'm just going to be as quick as I can. It says, concluding remarks: the question of identity, whether racial in the 19th and early 20th century or ethnic in the latter 20th and 21st century, continues to occupy Egyptologists. Contemporary Egyptology faces the same problems in studying ethnic identity in the past as other historical disciplines, no matter if they are based on text, images, material culture, or their various combinations. Even those who did not or do not deal with these questions classify, for example, the archaeological material such as pottery and use it as evidence of actual foreign presence. It is rarely considered that although foreigners could have been there, the foreign material culture can be used by locals too, without them necessarily aspiring to foreign identity. Section 3 of the book demonstrated the difficulties which go together with such arguments. Ancient Egypt presents us with an excellent case for studying ethnogenesis as defined in Section 3, a concept unfortunately rarely used by Egyptologists. Following S. Jones, ethnic identities are based on shifting, situational, subjective identifications of self and others rooted in daily practices and historical experiences, on subject to transformations and discontinuity. Numerous examples discussed in this element, talking about the book, demonstrate this. Identity in ancient Egypt was not as fixed as primordialists would argue. The old Egyptological idea of a single Egyptian culture with single common ethnic identity, language, and shared values cannot be accounted for in all contexts. A person of foreign descent could become Egyptian no matter his or her background. This has led some authors to argue that foreignness loses its applicability in the setting in which people of foreign origin who lived in Egypt adopted the social and cultural system of their host country. The long history of ancient Egypt and the various examples provided in this element teach us that its essentialist notion of ethnic identity simply does not hold ground. What is meant to be Egyptian or a foreigner changed significantly and numerous times over the last 3 millennia. It was negotiated and defined in contrast not to diverse people of foreign origin who lived in Egypt and spoke Egyptian, for example, but to people who lived outside of Egypt, not speaking the Egyptian language, and even possibly sometime threatening the land of Egypt. This is why both scientific racism, the scientific racism discussed in section 2, and the third science revolution and its tools such as DNA and isotope analysis discussed in section 4 fail to give an answer to ethnic identity, being that it is socially constructed. We have to differentiate between biological proximity divergence and ethnic identity, as the former is a result of long history of interactions that occur between that person's ancestors and earlier natural and socio-cultural environments. I'm gonna wrap it up. Let me just finish this paragraph, y'all, but because it's long. Although groups with similar cranial types tend to be related more closely to each other than groups that show more divergence, these similarities and differences are not ethnic. Feeling as a member of and identifying with an ethnic group is not something written in bone, blood, or DNA. And I think that's important to emphasize. These analyses are certainly more than useful in studying ethnicity because they provide us with valuable information on origin, descent, biological kinship, and mobility. But as text and iconography teach us, foreignness read through these analyses can mean little because it was not an obstacle to self-identification or outside recognition of membership to a certain ethnic group. Studying cultures which left rich textual and visual record behind, such as ancient Egypt, provides a nice balance to the approaches relying solely on skeletal remains of ancient people, like in the case of prehistory. And it goes on and on and on. But like I said, it's a long conclusion. It's a whole nother page, and I'm not gonna hog it up. But I think that's enough to give people the gist of the problems that people are having approaching this question. It's an issue of what makes a people a people. When we say ancient Egyptians, we're not invoking anything with biology. We're not invoking anything with the modern social construct of race. It's all about ethnicity. And I think people need to really know what makes a group of people a group of people.
We do that. Let me share my screen too. Let me share my screen with Joe.
Oh God.
It's Ngozi. I'm sorry. So let Ngozi go. He's back with his
Yeah, he can go. He can go.
Yeah, look. I just want to say this before the short source is put up. Ancient Egyptian is the ethnicity, or Ramesh is what they are. And I do agree with what you said biologically through genetic and DNA and blood, craniometrics. That's something different because they could have been from anywhere. But as an ethnic group that was shaped and formed right there, it belongs to those people there, regardless to where they came from. We see that with African Americans. Some African Americans look strongly sub-Saharan, or what we label as that. I know you guys don't want to use that, but people that's tropical adapted, and some of us can be highly Creole, like that Louisiana Creole, or even people can look at you, Wuja, and say certain things based off what you look like, but you're still bannered as AA, African American, whatever. So we can have different layers of, different percentages of our so-called tropical sub-Saharan DNA, ranging from 65% to 70%, and some people even 90% if they 90-something% if they, the Gullah people that live in Southern Carolina. Regardless, we're all AA, but that's okay. But I want to say this: I would like to show the source because it's a lot of games that's being played by the other side. And it's this black thing, we want to get past that. We want to talk about the literal people that was lingering in Northern Africa for a very long time, that was responsible for creating these ethnic groups, or what come out of these, or the groups that created these ethnic groups. What were the people in, or what type of people, even though we're all people, was there? So I have a source that he asked for, and I want to read it if I can, if you guys can hear me, right? Be heard or no? Can I be heard?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
You can hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay, so let me read the source.
Excuse me. Is anybody else having problems? Because everything got quiet.
Yeah,
I thought it was
I
just me.
thought
'Cause
it
my
was
stream,
me. He went
my
blank
stream, y'all be
again.
spazzing out. I can't. Yeah, we can't hear you.
Well, I don't know.
I post
I'm
a link in the
trying to put it.
post a link in the private chat.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're chipping in and out.
Is it
I
the?
can't
Sorry.
share my screen, so it won't.
Well, if you guys can
Yeah,
put up the link that I sent,
post a link in the private.
and
Yeah, you're chipping in and out.
Post in the private chat.
I'll post it
So I'm
again.
trying to share my screen. But I can't share my screen.
I got you. Where you at? Where you at?
Hey,
Oh,
if
all
you can
right,
put
hold
up
on.
the sources that
Huh?
I showed you.
Not that one. Which one you want? You want the
last
source?
two.
Well, who want the source?
About the last two I sent you on
And
North
goes
Africa, the people in the North Africa. The last
All
two.
right. All right. I don't know why Miss Tiff ain't share your screen.
No, we just had technical difficulties. We were just having some technical.
There was no daggone technical. Y'all.
It was too. You missed it.
Yeah, it was.
Jabari put a comedic spell on us. And Pooh. Down the crossroads.
I'm done. That Brooklyn Magic. That
You
bit
talking
of
about
the
this right here,
magic.
Jabari? I mean, man.
Yeah, if you can zoom in, because I'm using my phone. If you can zoom in on that, Miss Sister Jew can read it. One of you guys. Here's the source. Pleistocene North African genes linked to Near Eastern and Sub-Saharan African human populations. Now go further up and read the abstract, or you can zoom in, because I'm using
Hey,
my
we
cell
zoom.
phone.
We
We
got
zooming
it.
good, Juju. Read
North
the abstract.
Africa is a key region for understanding human history, but the genetic history of its people is largely unknown. We present genomic data from 15,000-year-old modern humans attributed to the Iberian Mauritian culture from Morocco. We find a genetic affinity with early Holocene Near Easterners, best represented by Levantine Natufians, suggesting a pre agriculture connection between Africa and the Near East. We do not find evidence for gene flow from Paleolithic Europeans to Pliocene North Africans. The Ta-Foralt individuals derive 1/3 of their ancestry from sub-Saharan Africans.
That's 35% out of the 65. I'm sorry, that's 35% just to add on. Well, go ahead.
You good. Best approximate. You can jump in anytime, Ngozi. Best approximated by a mixture of genetic components preserved in present-day West and East Africans. Thus, we provide direct evidence for genetic interactions between modern humans across Africa and Eurasia in the what is that, Pleistocene?
And
In
the
the
Pleistocene.
Pleistocene.
Yes.
You want to go to the conclusion?
So,
Go ahead.
So bottom line, and there's other sources. Braslone, on clines and clusters, they've been mixed for a very long time. It's been before dynastic period. So what they look like would have been what they look like, and it would have fell in line to the populations that you see there now. It's Shamaka Ketcha. They can look. Some of these people can look. They can have morphological traits similar to people in North Sudan. Some of them can look morphologically like people in Palestine. It's been consistent in their mixture. If you look at the location, the proxy, the area that they're in, especially in that portion of Africa, Egypt is more closer to Israel than it would be to Nigeria and Malish. So what's the problem with the modern population there now being their ancestors? There's a source, and if anybody go against that source and try to deny that, you're going against science. What y'all got to say about that?
No, I'm saying they're going against science. Here's that right here, this individual here. Am I saying it right? The Tofrolite. Am I saying it right? The Tofrolite individual.
I don't know. You sound just as good as me.
Huh?
What you said, Sosa?
The tall.
Tofrolite.
Hold on. Tofrolite.
Tofrolite. Ain't no I in there. Tofrolite.
Let's see. I don't believe you. I don't believe you. It's tough.
Ain't no I in there. That's for sure.
Tough road. Okay, so here you go. This is the Tofro NDA. Yeah, so they talk about that area is known for this 78,000-year-old grave marks African oldest known burials. Okay, just for the record. And they talked about this. That's the individual they was talking about that had hold on, let me go back to here. It said it had 1/3 of their ancestry from sub-Saharan Africa. That's right here. All right. I just wanted to put show you that those individuals coming from that area right there. I think that's healthy and important for the damn discussion right there. So me and Juju have read this before. So y'all can go back and listen to the daggone download. The download will put you right where you're supposed to be. That's why I'm glad the brother Jabari actually came on. And it helps us clear up conversations where, he finally took a road trip. About time. So Juju, you do remember this article? I was trying to get that up.
Yeah.
And this is what? This is the genetics of African population health and disease.
Right. Cambridge.
All right. So I want you to read Blackness and the Notion of Africa, right? I want to dispel everything that Jabari said. But this is very, very important right here. When we really start to get down to nitty-gritty. See, I was playing with y'all the whole time, right? The real conversation is the Egyptians is there today, right? Are they linked to the ancient population? That's the thing that they totally get wrong. Okay, they get that wrong. They will never bring you a scientific article. They never bring you nothing that says those Egyptians are there today and connected to the ancient population more than anybody on planet Earth. Because he said that, but I ain't feel like wrestling with him on that. So go ahead, Juju. Get right here to this is a great point right here on blackness.
Blackness and Notions of Africa, right?
Oh damn. Yeah, hold on. I didn't skip it. I thought you had it pulled up. Hold on. Damn. Blackness. There you go. Go ahead.
So, Blackness and the Notions of Africa. A stereotypical notion of African in recent times and for phenotypical terms is usually linked to the trait of dark skin color, specifically that of being black, maybe beginning at dark brown. In fact, Black African, the problematic common phrase of use, is often, if not always, made synonymous with African in certain literature. Black.
So hold on for a minute. So Jabari just came on here and agreed to that, didn't he? All of a sudden. Am I missing that? Did he not?
Yeah.
Did he not?
Yeah, he said there's problems with the term. He did say that.
Right. So if that's the case, there's no problem with the term African.
Right.
At all. Because it geographically shows us where they at. And then we can have a conversation of ranges of human. And you get these studies from studying baboons. And whenever baboons cross into the range of other species of baboons, they mix. And this is the same with Egypt. The area of confluence. It's wild. Go ahead, though.
That confluence, boy. I wanted to ask. No, let me stop. Black and African are often incorrectly used interchangeably.
Hold on. It said what?
Incorrectly used interchangeably. Black and African.
Go ahead.
With African having a particular cultural content thought of as being indigenous in connection to a conception that makes those so identify part of an entity that was conceived to be isolated from the rest of the world. That was another problem. African, in this case, would seem to be used to connote living peoples with a particular phenotype whose bodies collectively are the repositories of a particular genome. This notion of blackness derives from the received race concept and its taxonomic schema. I know, so you can correct me. Modulated through a tradition of stereotypes. The
Through a
irony.
tradition, hold on, through a tradition of stereotypes, this notion of blackness derives from a race concept. Right. Schema, taxonomic schema, modulant. Yo, he hitting you with all them damn words. Look them up. But the point is, what the hell are we talking about? This Cambridge, this Samatha work. Genetic. It says the genetics of African population, health and disease. Cambridge. Keep going.
Samartha
Where we at.
Kiata, he's a black scholar, a black expert, an African American one.
Geneticist,
Geneticist, exactly.
Go ahead.
Gotta let him know. The irony here, of course, is that the region that encompasses so-called Black Africa is the same place that contributed heavily to the emergence of our species, which was likely assembled with ancestries from supra-Saharan, I know that already, Saharan, Eastern, and Southern infra-Saharan regions. Hence, no sub-Saharan in that. Black has been and is used in other Western discourses as a referring to various non-African peoples.
Wait, it said what though? Black has been what?
Been used in other Western discourses as a
Western
reference
discourses
to various non-African peoples. Remember when we talked about Papua New Guinea?
Yeah, we talked. I know that's why we
The
doing
Unforgettables, Indigenous Australians.
Yeah, go ahead.
And various non-African peoples, specifically certain of those in the specific region in Asia. It has its own subjectivity. How dark must skin be to be called black? It is different in different places. Australian Aboriginals, Dravidian Indians, New Guineans, and Melanesians, who are also dark or black in color, were all called black in the context of colonialism.
Yeah, come on, man. Like, come on, yo. And it's crazy. Keep
Black
reading,
has,
Go ahead.
Black has sometimes been used to mean simply non-European and non-Far East Asian in the British context. Professor Leila Ahmed, a light-skinned Egyptian, noted being called black when she was a student in England in the 1960s. A practice now discontinued due to a refinement of social taxonomies in England, or maybe the objections of some groups who used to be called black. It is well to note that in ancient northern Africa, the Africa of Roman times, there was a variation in the phenotype of people. This was also true of the northern Nile Valley. Continue?
No, stop right there. And the end is off right here. I just thought Jabari knew that where that actually came from. I guess not. And
Now,
in talking about the skin color range, and this and you say, well, why didn't you bring it up when Jabari was on here? Because I thought he knew, right? It says at the UNESCO Symposium 1974, 7 participants concluded that the ancient Egyptian population was indigenous to Nile Valley. It was made up of people from North and South Sahara, differentiated color. Where did they find it at? The peopling of ancient Egypt and the decipher of the Ready script, proceedings of the symposium held in Cairo from 28th January, February 3rd, 1974. All those who are well-read clearly understand that. Here. So that's the source, Jabari. When you go back and check this video, I held that back because I thought you've seen the sources, but I let you play. I let you do all that. Here you go. Further information. Here you go. It's the Black Egyptian hypothesis is the hypothesis that the ancient Egyptians was black. Homogeneous civilization. It's at UNESCO Symposium 1974, there was consensus that the ancient Egyptians were indigenous Africans, and y'all can find that in Ancient Civilizations of Africa, the abridged version. There you go. London, J. Curry, 1990, pages 43 to 46. So that's the sources you was looking for, Jabari. There you go. Go back, go get the Cairo Symposium, which I thought you read, but I guess you didn't, because you would have known what the consensus was there. And by the way, there was a scientific consensus. So there's no need to argue and fight over that. That's clear. All right. So there you have it. Anybody else want to add to the discourse? Sosa.
All I want to say is,
oh, Wu, I know you still on there. Go ahead.
Because I've already been labeled as MC Iron Lung. All I know is when I was reading that conclusion, which was shorter than what Juju just read, people in the chat, said I was long-winded. I'm reading a whole book, but when it just happened, what went down, nobody said that. I just want to point that out.
Because we heard a woman's voice, yo. That's the difference.
I want to point that out.
No,
No, but I did have a comment. I did have a comment though.
Go ahead, bro.
I think this conversation is good, and people probably gonna go back and watch this and listen. That a couple of things need to be kind of separated though, because I think there's a different paths of conversations happening all at one time, and we have to be careful about that. Yeah, we just got to be careful about that. So,
what do you mean by the different? Go ahead, speak up, get it clear for us.
No, okay. So, like for example, you started with as far as when I came in, you played Dr. John Henry Clark, right? And he was speaking to the social construct of race and specifically black and everything. And then that was for today's conversation, like what should we be doing today? And he was saying that he prefers African American and even Afro American is more preferred than black. That was his point. And he gave his reason why. Now then there's another conversation about ancient Egyptians and making them black, which is anachronistic, and it just shouldn't be done. And all scholars agree with that. Like all of the Egypt, scholarly literature is saying that now, like for a good while now. And I think that you read some even today. But that's a separate conversation. But I think that part needs to just stop. But it's not. And so other things are being pulled in. Then on the third leg, you have the genetic population conversation, invoking biology and stuff like that. So these are three different distinct conversations being had all at once. And I think that if we keep doing that, it's just going to keep the confusion going instead of talking about each thing in their own merit, and so that people could see yay or nay or get to come to some conclusion about these things.
So wait, so hold on. So I agree with you on that. And the only thing I felt like that we didn't tease out, and I don't know how we got messed up when y'all was talking about Egyptology, yo. You was starting to get into it. You know what I'm talking about? How he was trying to act like all of a sudden Egyptology was a white thing. You remember that, right? Remember that portion of the conversation?
Yeah. Well, yeah. But that's my personal stance is that I think that I'm going to separate Egyptology from chemitology. The way I do that because Kemet, people say Kemet means black, so I'm saying blackologist. I think that the blackologist arguments are dated. They're outdated.
Yes.
And they keep going back to old sentiments of scholarship from the past, and they're not updated on the scholarship from at least the past decade that really understands that it is problematic to apply the social construct of race on the Egyptians and blah blah blah. And the book I shared is one of the books that is really good at exposing all of that stuff. That's the point of the book itself. And then there's many other books, like even what you just read, that addresses that. So yeah, I think modern Egyptology had even I think the guests that you and Garfield interviewed, like these are the sentiments now. And I think that blackologists need to catch up to the modern sentiment so that we could progress in the conversation and not go backwards. Oh, one comment that was made was that I forgot who said it, but somebody on the panel said that we didn't, air quote, we didn't start this conversation. Europeans did.
That was Jabari. Based
Okay,
off
right,
a
but here,
misunderstanding what the shit was. Go ahead.
okay, yeah, I was muted. I wanted to say something at that point. Here's the problem with that is that it's the age old thing that we say is as children. We say it as adults to children. Two wrongs don't make a right. And that's, I could sum it up that way. Two wrongs don't make a right. So if Europeans were racist and they pushed an ideology, it doesn't make us right to enter the conversation and adopt, you use their logic to keep the conversation going, because then that ends up being two wrongs not making it right. So we have to understand and do things differently. And I think that's what Blackologists are failing to do. They're keep maintaining this. It's like the reverse 180 of what Europeans did, and that's not the solution. And that's it.
No, it's not. And let me end this.
My frustration
Go
of
ahead,
having
so.
these conversations, right?
Can't hear you, Sosa. Your thing might have went out, bro. Sosa.
Can you guys hear me? It's Patar. I just want to let you know I was
Yeah,
here.
sure, I was cracking up. I'm saying my frustration with conversations is like, if we're having a conversation based on where the modern Egyptology is right now,
right?
I don't want to hear about Rising and Eagle. We already understand fully where Egyptology was 50, 60 years ago.
Correct.
Tell me what they are saying today that you have an issue with. You know what I'm saying? So, like, don't give me a book from 1990 that Jabari showed. Show me what they're saying today, because that's what we're talking about, man. You know what I'm saying? And we agreed, we locked on Africa, and then right before he left, he threw a bomb on the modern Egyptian point. Now we already got him to agree on the African thing.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? He agreed black is problematic. So we don't even talk about it no more. He already agreed. We don't give him a chance to reword that. He locked in. We're gonna clip that up. We're gonna clip that up. We good. Now we need them sources on the modern populations being, not being, you know what I'm saying, they relate to the ancient Egyptian. You just stick right there now. Go ahead.
I think that's a good point to culminate that, and we will adhere to that culmination right there. I think that's a great point. And yeah, I got a little loud on purpose for that little point right there, because it was important to hear. Let's hear what the sister has to say about this. We're gonna let her close it with that. She actually the Leo Hansberry Roundtable, Leo Hansberry African Roundtable. All right, it's a good one. I think they all started this foundation. Leo Hansberry, great historian. I graduated, I believe it was Howard University or something like that. But yeah, Leo Hansberry, that dude. But let's see what the sister has to say in this culmination of this conversation that we've been having for damn too long.
Professor Hansberry, because when he...
Oh man, it's spinning. Hold on. Come on now. It's frozen. See if I can hit restart and make it smaller, man. Man. Y'all can still hear me, right?
Yeah, I think your video, I don't see your video's not playing though.
Yeah. I'm gonna go back and do it again. Let me see. Kind of froze. I got timestamp. Go right here. Let's get right here. Please try again. What? Come on now.
The gremlins don't want you to share.
Really?
While you trying to get that together, can I put a couple of sources in?
You sure can?
What's
all now?
All right, so let me ask a couple questions first. Are we, and I think this adds to the conversation. So are we, can anyone tell me what the oldest religion is?
What? The oldest religion?
It's
depending on how you define it.
The oldest religion is going to be goddamn what you find either it's going to be ancient Egypt or what you consider damn Sumerian, whichever one you think is older. You don't know what religion is until you get right in.
I'll put this. Let me ask the question better. The oldest, I guess, modern day religion, current religion.
What do you mean?
But anyway, it's Hinduism, right? So Does anybody know that the Asians have figured out that they come from Africa? Their genetics are
what?
Flow through from Africa. All right, let me put that on my screen.
Man, yo, you done went back in time, yo. We know that, yo.
Okay, you know that.
But go ahead, share your screen, though. I thought you been. Everybody come from Africa, yo. But go ahead. Where
Right,
you at,
everybody comes from Africa, of course.
the oldest
All right,
religion.
so
Yeah. So what do you mean by religion, though? That was the point I was making, because it could just be some rituals, and you could take that back to the Pliocene. People doing rituals.
I was
Neanderthal
thinking
did some
more. I
rituals.
was thinking. Yeah. All right, so I'm sharing my screen. Can y'all see that?
Yeah. Was this a video?
Can you see it?
Yeah, we ain't playing a
It
video,
is.
yo.
It's a scientific video.
No, it's not, yo.
But let me
You
give some
trying to find
context.
out that we
So the
don't?
Chinese,
Wait a minute.
they
Hold
come,
on. Hold
they
on. Let's get that off. They've been instructed. Great video. Go ahead. The Chinese what? Go ahead. Explain that. I thought you had a paper or something. Go ahead.
they were kind of thinking that they were either their genetics was going to go either to Homo erectus or Neanderthal or basically Eurasian, right?
Of course.
But they ended up finding out through genetics that they were actually more closer to related to Africa.
Yeah, that's old. That's been.
I think that's old. That's an
All right,
old,
so
very
y'all
old
familiar
video.
with
Yeah, that's
all right,
very
so
old
you
video.
familiar with that?
Yeah, but you gotta catch up. Catch up for a minute.
No, it's not that I got to catch up. I'm just, it's a chat, and everybody wasn't here 10 years ago or 15
Oh,
years ago.
okay. Okay. All right.
So that's one.
So
So we
I
understand.
don't think there's no debate over that. But I wouldn't say Egypt is the oldest religion. I know you
I'm
said it's
not
social.
talking about Egypt right now. I'm
No,
trying
I'm
to talk
saying
about the black conversation. I'm
he
trying
was
to talk
talking
about
about
the
what I
black.
said. He was talking about what I said in terms of oldest. Why I said Egypt is the oldest because you only have religiousness. You don't know what it is until you get writing. So whoever wrote it,
Oh, you mean
that's
like
when you know
that?
exactly what the religion is. Yeah, you
I
can't.
mean, oldest religion with writing.
So y'all
Yeah,
trying
you
to push the
can't call it a
conversation
religion
to
if
the
you don't
Nile
know what
Valley.
it
I'm
is.
trying to talk
Yeah,
about the black
We
conversation.
were just talking. Me and
the,
Uncle just talking about something different, Shazmu. You can go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
yeah, we're
Separate
talking
from
about
go ahead.
something a little different.
All right.
We don't
So
want to
anyway,
stump your growth.
so then I said
I got the video.
oldest religion Hindu, and you know what type of system
It
they
is.
use?
I don't think
Called
it
a
is.
class system,
Okay.
right? You know how old that class system is? Here, let me share my screen.
Over thousands of years, supposedly.
I got it.
Thousands.
Let me play the video, Seven. You took us to India.
How many?
For what? Hold on. Just
How
hold
many
on.
thousand years?
Yeah, Hinduism is said to be the oldest religion.
Right. How many thousands of years? Hold on, that's the wrong thing.
Yeah, Hinduism is only like 4,000 years. You're talking about 2,000 years. Better take 3,000 BC. Egypt is before that.
Why you keep trying to take the conversation to Egypt? I'm talking about black.
Don't worry about. All right, hold on. Let me play the video. That's what
I'm talking about the religion. Religion is what the religion is. And I don't give a damn if it's Egypt or not. That's what it is.
I don't want to talk about Egypt no more. After the grand champion came on and said, yes, Africa is polite.
We were talking about black.
All right, here we go. Hold on.
And the social construct.
Oh,
come on, man. Hold on.
So my thing is I am about origins and I am engaged in some long-term background study on things. And I know that that burning ember references black. But what does it mean in relationship to the town mark? And so for me, that's a long-term research project for me. I don't believe in racial terms in the far ancient past. And I don't talk about the Egyptians as being black. I move away from that. That's one of the things. So we were talking about terminology. I talk about African because I situate ancient Kemet as a society that grew up on the African continent after Homo sapiens evolved and began migrating. So being on the continent for 300,000 years plus years, there are a gazillion different ways to be African. What we consider Black is a creation of this modernist, racist society that has developed.
I want y'all to pay close attention to Smash Scamwell as he disappears on the screen when the lady starts saying this. Pay close attention. Now, he's supposed to be getting this lesson. Watch, he disappears. You're going to see all the PhDs nod their head to hearing the conversation. Now, watch the PhDs. Watch this.
Sapiens evolved and began migrating. So being on the continent for 300,000 years plus years, there are a gazillion different ways to be African. What we consider Black is a creation of this modern.
Boom. Clicked off. Soon as she said that, Scamwells clicks off. All the PhDs nodding their head. You know why? Because they understand evolution. Because they actually understand the conversation and they get it. Simple as that. There's no confusion amongst them. They don't have an issue with calling the Nile Valley or Kemetic, whatever you want to call it, an indigenous civilization. No problem at all. Shorty should have stayed around for the lesson. Big up to Joel, man. We play some of his things. He say, say what you want, Logic. Logic made a powerful argument. Sure did. Science and proper history is undefeated. Absolutely. Got this from Fontaine. He says, powerful show, pseudo killers. Absolutely. Great show. Spin Barrel. Man, I appreciate that donation, man. And nothing but love right here. All right. Black Egyptians disprove all fake science regarding race. Black Egyptian, that was $4.99. Let me hit that refund. No, I'm playing. Joe says Jabari is crazy for taking that position. He's going to get slaughtered on that science and history is undefeated. Man, that thing has been a powerful show, man. I done had a party in the background and all kind of that, man. Anybody want any closing statements? I felt like this was a great show. I had 200,000 people in the building, man. It's a great show, great comments, man. Great banter of back and forth. And this is the way these conversations need to go all the time. Appreciate you for stepping up, Sister Tiffany and Sister Juju, for keeping it organized, because I was almost dead. But I know, I know if I'd have went off, Sosa would have been like, come on, yo. Wuja was like, God damn. You know how long we've been waiting to have this little discourse here? I think the discourse was so good that we can actually put a pin in this. That we can let it stay where it stay. I'm gonna clip it up, dog. Get it together. What say y'all? Any closing statements for the panel?
Yes.
Yeah, Shesma, I don't know where you was going at with the caste system in India, but we can address that on another show, bro. I don't know where you're going with that.
Yeah, it's Sosa World.
All right, I appreciate it. I'm out.
All right, brother. Appreciate it. Hey. So go back and tell. Nah, go ahead, y'all. Let me stop, yo. Go ahead, Wuja.
Okay, yeah. Only thing I would like to say in closing is I would definitely suggest and highly recommend that people really look into the question, what makes a people a people? Start from there and then build from there, because you'll come to find out that it's not a people's skin color that makes a people, a congregate of people that, tacitly agrees that they self-identify as an entity. It is not based on skin color, and it's not based on anything biological, their genetics. All right. No one checks your genetics before they include you as one of them and create this self versus other, and they don't use color swatches to check your skin color to do that either. So I think people really need to look into that. And you're going to find yourself swimming around in ethnology and ethnic identity. What is an identity? Then enter the conversation about whomever, be it ancient Egyptians or some other cultures. That's when you can now enter the conversation. Prior to that, I believe that a lot of these conversations are outside of the scope. They're being merged and blurred, and it gets real messy, and that's why it's been going on for so long, and why people are still talking about it. So, Unc, I hear you just said we could put a pin in it, but you and I both know that it's not going to happen until people do, at least what I'm suggesting people to do, and maybe some other stuff. This is my suggestion. All right, it's going to continue to keep on going because people are not willing. And I think, I understand people want to make content. It becomes a content creators versus actual scholars or students of certain information, investigative studies. That's really what's going to boil down to. Are you an investigative student, researcher, or you a content creator? And that's what it's emerging to me. I just divide it like that, but that's it. So it's good conversation. I wish we had more time. Maybe you can do this again, because as far as everybody on the panel, I don't get a chance to speak to everybody. I like what Logic was saying, going at Brother Jabari. Wanted to tease out a couple of things that he was saying. And I forgot who else when I first showed up. I think somebody else was even on the panel that was no longer here. I don't even know who that was, but yeah. So let me know if you do this again.
Yeah, we're gonna do that again. I'm glad you popped up too, man. I'm glad you was perusing the YouTube streets, man, and got to jump on there.
I was checking in. I saw you all live, and I said, "Oh wow, all right." And
I think it was good, bro. And I mean, just to have all of us on here at the same time without the bells and whistles and shit going off.
Yeah,
hedging your bet over here and all that.
You finally pulled up, though. That's good. That's good.
That was a good thing for the community. Yo, that's what it's going to take for us to really hash this out, man, without all the say cool madness and all that. Come on, man.
Like, and we get to have it on an even playing field. So, it's not,
even playing field. Yo, he got to talk as long as he wanted to talk. He got everything he wanted to do. And we heard everything everybody said, man. I thought that was a valuable conversation for us, yo. Valuable. I was saying, Kent, don't mess it up, though. I know.
Yeah, because they get the personal prices when I get in. Like, man, say that for later. Because I think like if that was on Sunday, like other people would have jumped in, and y'all would even never got to the agreement on. Would have never even worked out the Africanist part. It would just been all off the rails and all type of crazy. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah, I think it'd be good, either you or Sosa. I think before you close, just in a bullet point style, what was actually agreed today? What summarize what was actually agreed by most of the panelists today?
Man, I think the indigenous African culture. That's what we are, and everybody agreed that Black is problematic. We all agree.
So if that's true, if everybody agreed that ancient Egypt is an African civilization and it's indigenous African civilization, and that Black is a problem, if that's sincerely true, then you're right. A pin can be put into this, and everybody can move on.
We got to define. No, then Jabari said we got to define what is African. So now the modern population ain't African now. So, now we're now
that's a new conversation. I think that's easy.
Yeah, now we had that.
No, but listen, I want to emphasize this. You said something key. Two main things that everybody agreed with, and rightfully can put a pin in it, but it's not gonna happen. So the question is new questions will be like, why wasn't a pin left in it? That's gonna be the new question. So soon as somebody else go live tonight or tomorrow, or whatever, that should be the question everybody in chat should ask. Why wasn't the pin put in
got
it?
the other side that the ones that shoot bows and arrows and stuff, that armor tanks and stuff like that. He still got that side who's going to stand on.
Well, then that's when it becomes just a perpetual content creation. And I understand people got to create content for their channels, but the question should still be asked: why wasn't the pin left in it? Why was the period just left there? Everybody, it's not a comma, it's a period. It's a period. So let's let the period be the period, but it's not. I mean, I know it's not, but you know that we're not in a perfect world. But anyway, that's it. But hey, I appreciate it. I'm gonna look out for the next live. Sosa, you do Sosa's World, man. You didn't let me know you were saying you were gonna do something, and I didn't hear anything. So I don't know if you.
Yeah, I went yesterday, but I'll probably go live again. I'll probably crank it tomorrow, like midday, 1 or 2, early in the afternoon, crank it up.
Okay, because I thought you had some, because you were telling me you had a few questions or whatever. Or maybe we already covered it, but I thought that was
no. We went a little, we went a little sideways with the Diddy conversation, so that wouldn't the show to get to it. But yeah, we
dove
gonna
off
step
and
back
Diddy
around to some of the.
they was beating Diddy up, boy.
All right,
up right there. All right, I'm gonna end this.
But I appreciate it. Peace, y'all. All right,
yeah, I
enjoy
appreciate
it. Everybody be safe,
boy.
boy.
Man, be
All right.
safe. All right. Hey man, I think I always want to end with this. Intelligent, man. Miss Tiff, you want to add something to this? You want to add something? You want to say something? What you thought about? Yeah, what you thought about the conversation?
Overall, I thought it was a great job. I just want everybody to just note how cordial and how welcome we were to Brother Jabari. So nobody will try to spin the narrative. And also how of a really great dialogue that happened between these brothers. Like you wasn't gonna see that nowhere but here. So, and maybe we'll get everybody back plus one more.
Facts. It's a great point.
Epic.
Yeah, I think he will. He ain't got no reason not to. Based on how it went, he got no reason not to, I think.
You know he was here, right, Sosa?
Huh?
He was here.
With Jabari?
Nah, I'm talking about Garfield. He was here.
Yeah,
I saw him pop in for a minute. I saw him pop in.
Yeah, he got busy. Yeah, he got busy. Got a little busy.
So yeah, I just want to say
think they had
congratulations.
argued,
Congratulations. Y'all did a great job. Great job.
So they played that video. I was gonna play him and string him along a little bit.
Yeah, man, because he just steadily, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Y'all not arguing.
man,
He got the same thing, you know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah,
we had an agreement. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
like, geez,
agreement. Wow. Yeah, and I thought that Elijah did a great job too. Did. Thought he did a great job making this point, man, and appreciate
you got this rail bringing home. Logic was on the
yeah,
speech.
him bringing home.
Furthermore, however, what we hear is like,
is that a question, yo? I ain't gonna remember the question, yo. Let me end this. Hey, Juju, you want to say something, man? I appreciate you in the Discord, Juju. Juju was on fire early. You want to say something, Juju?
Yeah.
John Clark. Go ahead.
So I absolutely agree with Ms. Tiffany. Those were some excellent points. Nowhere else but on the Pseudo Killers platform could you see something like that and done like that.
Community of skeptics. I just want to say.
Oh, community of skeptics. Excuse me. Yeah. That's right. I always get it confused, but you know, that's family.
Right.
But I got to push back on Logic. Logic did an excellent job, except for the point where he made a statement about African-American academics and how they were involved for the push of Egypt being an African indigenous civilization. And that's actually not true because Shikente Jo Diop was part of that and others. So yeah, that's all I have to say. But you know, I guess I would say this can also be the testament to what the community can be, right? Instead of it being this constant battle and disingenuousness and this abrasive discourse, that we can actually just come together and you know, lay it on the table, and whatever points of contention we have, we can speak that out reasonably, right? And also be more welcoming to engage with experts or scholars. You know, we won't apologize for us drawing that line and what we know to be a scholar and expert. Okay, because I think that even for the African Americans or Black Americans who are scholar experts, I think it's disrespectful to the time and the work and the field work that they put into get those PhDs and to, you know, to have those acclimate. So yeah, I thought this was excellent. And you know, yeah, that's what the community skeptics do for you. That's what Bobby Baker do for y'all. You feel me?
You know what's deep about that though? I think the lesson that's really learned here is that the environment is set so we don't understand each other. Some diabolical feature in these conversations forces not to understand each other. I'm not going to point the finger in any direction. What I will say is the thing that brought us together with clarity was them damn experts and those sources that we brought up. That's what brought us to clarity. No matter what, that we can all agree they're indigenous Africans, ranging in skin color and phenotype. Definitely a pen. Send us home, John Henry Clark. Let him get us home.
All right, peace, y'all.
Peace out.
We out.
Send us home with John Henry Clark. Y'all know how we doing this.
And Black.
I don't distinguish. I mean, I distinguish between the word. Way I held the word Negro is by dismissing it. And I dismiss it because there's no such thing as a Negro, because there's no Negro people and no Negro land. This is an adjective that somebody made a noun out of and slapped on a people against their will. And I dismiss the word Negro. The word Black can relate to a whole lot of people, and it can become confusing. You see, people must relate to land, history, and culture. And this is what limits the word Black. Because if you say Black, then where is the Black land? I'm going to show you what I'm talking about. If you say English, an image comes before your eyes, good or bad. The changing of the guards, Buckingham Palace, stout-hearted, the Bengal Lancers, If you say French, good cooking, great lovers, Napoleon, all that. All immediately you got an image. But you say Negro, what comes before you? No images, really. A condition. And a people is not a condition. A people must have a name that relates them to land, history, and culture. And so therefore, the name of a people, if it's going to be authentic, cannot be Black. That can refer to how the people look. The name of the people have to relate to the land of origin. Now, no one is having any difficulty saying Italian American, Greek American, French American. I don't think they should have any difficulty saying African American or Afro American, as the case may be. Now, these are people who are Black in the main. But let's get something straight. All Africans are not Black. Black is the prevailing color in Africa. There are Africans who have not been mixed with any white people at all, who are light brown. And they've always been that way. And they're just as African as the blackest of the Africans. So if we got hung up on a narrow definition like Black without explaining that it has elasticity that extends beyond a person being jet black, then we get ourselves into another trap. We get out of one trap and get into two. So now let's qualify what we're talking about when we're Black. But when we're speaking of a people on a world basis, then let's relate them to land, history, and culture, so we'll know what we're talking about. Until someone creates a nation called Black, from which we emulate, or Black land, or Black area, or Black borough, then I'm afraid that the word Black is rather limited.
Right. I'd like to thank you very much. You've certainly said quite a few things.
Yeah, man. Thank you very much for the Grandmaster Teacher, putting it in his proper scientific perspective, yo. Let me tell y'all something, man. Knock it off, man. Science is definitely undefeated, man. We appreciate everybody in the room, man. the con men, the non-con men, the good men, the bad men, the good, the bad, and the ugly. Appreciate everybody that gave and donated to the show. I'm gonna call their names off again. Joel, spectacular as usual. Brother Logic, top notch. Tiny, super duper Gary Hart, regular all the time. Fontaine, appreciate you. Mongo Slade, man, hard worker, part of the whole pseudo killer army and all the good things. Alexander Torres, regular. Yeah, I'm saying everybody, yo. I'm gonna send my dad on Sunday's money, but you send me $5 for what's wrong with him, man. He was tuned in. Look, man, we're gonna keep this thing cracking, man. We appreciate everybody, man. Y'all see what I'm wearing right here, yo. That's all on the TV, yo. That's what we find in pseudos and get them all day long, yo. But that's that man platform, and big up to Sarnetta, man. No matter how mad he get, man, yo, I'ma always ride right here on Scientific Literacy, yo. At the end of the day, man, we appreciate everybody, man. Go ahead and drop DQ joint in his Cash App in there, man. We'll end it off with this, man. It's been a great day, man. I'd like to say congratulations to my daughter, man. She graduated, man. She's on her way to pre-medical school, man. Top notch, man. She be tuned into. With that, man, we appreciate everybody, man. Always good for the brothers to come together, man, and not fight all the time and have educated, top-notch discourse, man. This is definitely important for what we're doing, man. Look, man, hey, at the end of the day, bro, it is what it is, man. Let me end with this, man. Man, upgrade your information in scientific literacy, man. That's what it is, man. Man, y'all completely know what the hell I'm talking about, man. Appreciate everybody that came through. Chop, chop, chop. You know what I mean? You'll get that cool. Hey, man. Official. Pseudo killers, man. Community skeptics. Y'all know what it is, man. Big banger, man. Guess what? I see you. Hey. Hey. You got y'all the expert. Come through. Hey. Look, man, we need to upgrade in this community, man. Community skeptics and the pseudo killer. We represent that upgrade. And don't forget, man, I see you.